welcome everyone. Welcome to the Oaken. And here we're having the barbershop talk discussion on separation. Separating. Knowing when to separate and knowing why you're separating from these people. As I discussed earlier, there was a point. The first thing that God tells Abraham is to, go away from his country, relatives, his father's house, everyone, to a land where I will show you and make you a great nation and bless you abundantly. And you'll be a blessing to others, and I'll bless those who bless you. Lot, who isn't told to go, he goes with him anyway because he believes in his uncle Abram so much that he goes with him. And there was a part where I read where because of where they went to, and they were both blessed so much to have so much that the land actually could not support all that they had. So they had to separate because they were prosperous, doing so well. And it basically, the land, could not support all of them, that they had to leave. Know why. But they had to leave, and it was a problem because they were just doing too good that the land could not support us, so they had to separate because they were too great and go to a place where the land could support. And then of course we get to where Lot went to Sodom, and these people were they represent what we talk about in here every day, of these people who, they're just no good for anyone, and want to literally see your destruction and to see the destruction of others around them. So you there, and you destroy. So the angels come, they destroy everything. And Lot's wife, because of the simple fact she cannot. Okay, post a link. Hold on. You see here. You can take it if you want to real quick, Lawrence, while I'm getting this link to send out. You hear, Lawrence?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm sorry about that.
Okay, that's cool.
I'm assuming you want me to take up where
just take up. That's fine.
Lot's if I'm understanding the direction you're going, with Lot's wife, was the fact of being able to separate is a key requirement. However, in order to separate, you have to let go of everything from the past, and the fact that she didn't do that by hanging on to it in her heart, by turning around to look at the city one last time with forlorn, she was destroyed by being turned into a pillar of salt. So in that respect, I think in a modern sense, in today's world, that's going to be key for success across the board. If we leave, if we separate, if we go that other direction as we're told to do, then we have to leave all that behind, regardless of the level of pain, whether it be your community, whether it be your family, whatever. As MOT has said many a times on his channel, it has to be of like-minded people. If not, then it's never going to work in any capacity. At least I'm assuming that's where you were going with this, Isaac.
Most definitely. Yeah, because when you look back and you're truly not separated. It goes to that in Matthew 6:24, where it states that no one can serve two masters. Either you're going to despise one or love the other. MOT, how we doing today, sir? He probably still pasting. Yeah, that's it. And hold on. If you put something, if you MOT, if you type in the chat, I can make you a moderator, and that way you can post, do things like you need to do. But he's doing something. But yeah, it's very important to, because if you're looking back, you haven't separated. You're still, oh, we lost him. He'll come back in a minute. You can still, you're still holding on to something that's no good. You're still holding on to toxic people. Back.
Yeah, there
All
we
right.
go. For
All right.
some reason, I got a new phone yesterday, so
Got you.
I'm surprised even StreamYards work because I tried to join a couple people's panels through StreamYards and it didn't work. So
Oh,
yours
wow.
is the first one that actually did work.
Well, I'm
So
glad.
yeah,
I'm
yeah. Man,
glad.
so what you're saying about the particular topic is that it's vitally important, and we have this type of thing within Black America where there's like 0.01 degrees of separation before you run back into the stuff that you wanted to leave behind in the first place.
Right.
Yeah.
Like it's that close. Like you could find a super great decent woman within a good family, and then you'll be surrounded by two other sisters or three other brothers that ain't shit. It could be the mother or father ain't shit. So it's like in order to have the separation be complete, it has to be a clean and fresh start. Because if people can be compromised by the things of the past, you're never going to really be free. And these people never really
Right.
wanted there to be a separate version of blackness that excluded them the way that they excluded other people. And
Ooh.
that's kind of where this thing is kind of going. It's kind of like I'm glad for the rise of the perfume guy because it just shows you how compromised. How many dudes will compromise their principles and go defend somebody who clearly doesn't give a damn about the space? And they're slowly now seeing it, but I called it from the first beginning. So what I'm just gonna do is just move into another direction, the direction I always wanted to go, and just leave those people behind. Because like a lot of those people are like, trying to come around. Like right now, chatting in my chat, I'm like, dude, I should just remove your wrench and get you up out of here. But however, this is just where we are. This is where we are, man.
Right.
And it's just that this was always the answer. It's what every other people have done. It's just that we wanted to load up the plane with skyscrapers and fly around this plane when the plane was never going to get off the ground with skyscrapers on board of
Right.
it. So that's where
I
we're at.
agree. And the other thing too, when you look at it, and what made me think of this is I heard somebody was saying something, somebody I know outside of YouTube, and was talking about, them other people want to separate and do all this. And it's like, well, you got to care, you got to do this, you got to do that. I was like, no, man. Right here in this book, when you try and talk about love and all of this other stuff, right here it states that the Almighty is telling him the first thing he tells Abram is to get up and leave your relatives, all of them, leave all of that junk behind. I got something better for you over here.
Yeah. Yeah. And for some reason, people don't understand that the strong can survive by themselves. You truly can. You truly don't need all this other stuff around you. You really don't.
Mm-hmm.
You really do not. And I had to learn that like before my grandfather had passed. He was like, you have to leave this place
Right.
and don't come back until you can leave under your own authority.
Right. Right.
Because like a lot of people left Mississippi, they may have got kicked out of the military and whatnot, and then they end up coming back to the city, and then they don't have the power to leave, and then they end up stuck there.
Right.
Yeah,
Right. They do.
20 years later, they're still working minimum wage jobs because they got somebody pregnant and don't have access to the child. Just crazy stuff. So,
And
yeah.
it's interesting because going back to a point you had made in the beginning, MOT, when you were talking about the level of success and the percentage ratio on being in relation to fuckery. You have, I'm sorry, forgive me. I'll work on that language. Where you made a comment about you could find a good woman, but her brothers, her sisters, whatever, could be just messed up people. And it's interesting because from a scriptural perspective, even the Most High realized that himself. That's why he had made the commandment that when a wife gets a husband, she leaves that family behind and cleaves to him. And from my perspective, that's a way to remove her from the very thing you were talking about. And they're
Yeah.
not, and they're not following that. And the other aspect to it, which was the next thing you talked about this need to stay together as black people, skyscrapers, airplanes, yada, yada, yada. Here's the thing that fascinates me the most. You have all of these so-called black people who want to have the best in life and want to have everything just cuz. And it fascinates me because you have people like us who work towards that goal, and the ones who don't put massive requirements and stipulations on us to come back to help the community and everything else, but yet they're not even living up to the very stipulations and expectations they put on us.
No, it's kind of like a class system.
Mm.
Their
Yeah,
class, we can't criticize, but our class, they set the rules for it.
yeah. And
Yeah,
that's my point. And
yeah.
that's my point. They put everything on us, but they don't even want to live up by the very things they're telling us we have to do.
Right.
And it could be anything. It could be anything. It could be the 6 foot thing, 6 figures. It could be come back to the community and help out and build people up. It could be mentorship, whatever have you may. It makes no difference what stipulations they put on us. But whatever they put on us, they do not do themselves in any capacity. But yet they want to claim to be of value. High, low, medium makes no difference, but they claim to be of value. But there is no value to something that just sits and rests. You,
Mm.
you know what I mean? I'm not sure if I'm using the proper terms or if I'm saying it to get my point across clearly. But the thing that always fascinated me is like you want everything, but you give nothing.
Right. And
I mean, but
you,
that's
oh,
been the
go ahead.
standard. That's been the
Yeah,
standard that they benefit without
Putting anything
sacrificing
in.
anything. Yeah,
well, yeah,
and it's like that's been the cultural standard. So it's like that level of dedication to the culture is just waiting for their grandma to go Negro. That's their level of dedication to us.
Right.
yeah, yeah,
It
yeah.
it's essentially like me gambling with somebody and I'm the house and they're gambling with house money. They've got everything to gain and I've got everything to lose. I can gain nothing out of it.
Hmm. Yep.
But they want to talk to you as if this is an equal deal.
Right.
Yeah,
How
absolutely.
dare how dare you not do this? No, I'm gonna gamble with you and you ain't got no skin in the game. No, I'm good.
Yeah, yeah. And I'm sure it's a safe thing for me to say that for all of us who have raised our level or whatever term you want to use, we've experienced people like that who have come at us being upset because we won't come back and help the community or help them or save them, etc., and so on. And I remember on one of your streams, MOT, you had made a comment, and I'm not sure if I'm phrasing it properly, but I think the gist of it was that at the end of the day, if you sat there and done nothing and you expect me to come just give you something, I I believe you said you would never do it because at the end of the day, you have no receipts, you have no proof in your capabilities, and you're asking me to put what I've created at risk for your sake when you've given nothing to show that you're worth it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
And truer words couldn't be said because that's what I live by. I mean, literally. I mean, I've had people who ask me to put them to work. I've had asked people to write reference letters, help with resumes, the whole nine, and I'm not going to do it. Yes, I'm not going to do it because my name goes on that. My reputation is attached to that. And that's why when you said it that day, I believe it was you. I think Private General Foster was there and a couple of other guys. Nagon was definitely there. Yeah. I mean, you nailed it. I mean, seriously, you nailed it. I mean, it can't be summed up any better than that.
Right.
Yeah, and another part of that is simply that I've given people like my email information, or they ask for my email information. Next thing you know, I'm a reference for people filling out job applications. Next thing you know, people are calling me for a reference because they rent an apartment or calling them for some other crazy ass reason. It's like people just have depth, no depth
Yeah.
of what a respectful kind of situation is. Even when given a chance that they're not supposed to have, they kind of
Right.
prove it to you that immediately, like you have wasted your time.
Yeah.
Most definitely.
Yeah.
And that's the one thing that I teach, that I try to teach and educate young men on here is the simple fact that the most valuable thing that any of us have is time. It's the one resource that once you've exhausted it, you can't get it back. It's unreturnable.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's across the board in anything,
Exactly.
whether it be relationships, business, whatever have you may. It's just time is the most precious commodity, and that's something especially in the Black community that has never been truly understood. But I mean, as the community, do we need to have a better understanding of financing and infrastructure? Absolutely, no question to it, because we are so far behind. It's shameful. But at the end of the day, the most important thing that we've never understood, where so many other cultures have, is time is imperative. It is imperative. It is something that is it's not a luxury. You have to do things and you have to get it done, because like you said, Eisen, once it's gone, it's gone.
Yeah.
I mean,
Exactly.
and I believe you and I had a conversation before. Me being the age that I am now, I realistically have to accept the fact that there are far more years behind me than there are ahead of me.
Right. Exactly.
And if you don't have enough introspection to realize that, and to come to the appreciation of just how limited is amount of it is left, it's gonna end badly, and it always does. It's not even a guess. We've seen people in our lives. Like I said, none of us came from silver spoons. We all grew up in a hood or a ghetto of some type. So we've seen it. We've seen it in our own neighborhoods. You know, we see the old dude sitting around still hanging on the corner. You know what I
Right.
mean?
Right. Right.
Being in his 60s and 70s, trying to hang out with young bucks, to pick up whatever scraps they leave behind from hood rats they're chasing. It's bad. It's bad.
Right. Right. It is bad. And it's sad how they teach this, condition these young guys into this into this foolishness. It's bad.
Yeah, it is. And like, oh, I'm sorry, MOT, you guys.
No, it's like they know the rest of us are watching while they do it, and so
Hmm.
everybody is supposed to sit here and say nothing. This is why a lot of people stop messing with my channel, and I'm like, I was waiting on this moment to happen. I thought it was going to be with another YouTuber, but it's like you dudes were never serious, man. They wanted to hedge the bet between listening to my information and
Right.
going back over there to the nonsense. I'm like, my information, I'm not going to use my information, and I'm not going to go in those other spaces. What it is you're going to bring your ass over here, you're going to stay over here, or you're going to go over there and stay over there. I'm not doing those two ways of things. I mean, this is just where we're at. It's like you're too close to getting your stuff together in a very minute, short period of time to thinking that you have all this additional time to be wasted. You
Right.
don't.
Yeah, yeah. And looking and looking at the perspective of separating, you know, it's 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 a tricky thing, because it's so much more than just basic separation. Um, um, to get this done, because even with the separation, there's a lot of psychological, emotional, and other issues that have to be dealt with. So when you do that separation has those people who come to be part of that separation has to go into it knowing that there's going to be some hard work required. This ain't going to be that Wakanda nonsense that everybody's trying to talk about. You know what I mean? Um,
I mean,
so
but they want to show up at Wakanda, but they don't want to do Wakanda type foundational work.
exactly,
They
exactly.
want it already built, and that's fine. It's just that you can go over there and wait.
Yeah,
you
yeah,
know,
exactly. Hey, Seattle, what's going on, man?
Yeah. What's going on, Seattle?
what's going on, man?
What's up, y'all?
But yeah, um, that's why because of these toxic people, time is the most. It goes to show and prove that time is the most valuable thing that we all have, and that's why you don't waste it, and you must separate from these people who don't mean you any good. who actually, they all they want to do is be a parasite on your life and leech off everything that you and others have, because in the end they mean no good to you or anyone else. What's going on, Agon?
What's good? My bad. Y'all put your own link in your own chat, because I was trying to spam your link in for my chat and I forgot.
Okay.
What's going on?
What's good, dogs?
Yeah, what's the topic, y'all? Sounds fire.
We're talking about separation and
separation.
and the importance of and how to go about, I guess,
right,
on removing those of value from those who are not, and creating something wholly new that can be built upon rationally, fairly, and successfully. Did I get that right? Did I get that right?
And yes, and also, I pretty much, I went into Genesis to show, because you got so many, especially church people, that like to bastardize and misuse helping people to keep those productive people from, further being what they can, to come back and stay in a toxic environment. But I also explained it from 2 points of separating, where it showed it in here on Abram's story, on the story of Abram and Lot, and where Abraham and Lot were both blessed to have, and they what's going on, Blase? And they both had plenty, and they had to separate for the reason because both of them were so prosperous that they had to leave, because the land could not support everyone prospering like that. And, that's a entirely different situation of separation, but it's still needed. While with Lot leaving Sodom and Gomorrah because of the simple fact of the toxic environment, and no one was good, and that place just needed to be destroyed. And that's those are the two aspects of the separation that I was going through. You can check out my previous video on it, separation, and I did post it. Hopefully it'll probably be back tomorrow. That's how they do it. But I had a live stream. I didn't upload it. I guess I need to start doing pre-recorded now.
Hey Blaze, how's it going, man?
Hey, by the way, y'all, is it background noise on my mic?
I mean, I hear like some popping or some shit. But
I barely hear something.
Yeah.
It's not too bad, I don't think, right now. I heard it, sir. I heard a little bit of something earlier, but I think it's the other net just will pop right there.
Now I just heard something, yeah.
Okay. I don't know what that did. My mic sensitivity is up for some reason. I think it's picking up like my AC.
Everything. Okay. I got you. I have that problem sometimes too. A lot of times. So
trying to see how to turn it down. That's the thing about these Yeti mics, bro. Like,
yeah, no, I ain't got one of them. But yeah, I want to thank everyone for coming out. Like I said, I'm not the type to try and hit everyone over the head, but sometimes I am. It just depends on what it is. But I like to bring the practical and pragmatic aspects of the Bible. It's a book that can be applied to your everyday life. So why not use it in that sense instead of using it in a way to manipulate people into being foolish? Because it's not what it's supposed to be. When you look at it, and there it even says, that you're supposed to try it and try it against things and make sure it is what it is. Well, what you're being taught, and if it's not that, then it's not right, because it is something that we can apply and can be used fruitfully for our own lives and for our own, for everyone. So,
yeah, especially I guess nowadays, like I was just hanging out with some friends, and one of them is more of a Christian, he's more into definitely Christian, and my other friend's Muslim, and they always, like, every time they get together, and we were just playing Magic, just chilling, playing some Magic, and we started talking about, I told them about how my grandmother's mother's from Israel. Mm-hmm. As soon as they got on the topic of Israel, they were talking about who were the original Jews or something like that. And then one was like, well, it can't be determined because of that. I don't even remember. And then my other friend, he was like, what did he say? He said the original Jews went to Eastern Europe because of like something about one of the Bible verses. And then they went back and forth between the Quran and the Bible, and it just nowadays, like I think it's just people kind of, I don't know necessarily if they have problems kind of like seeing eye to eye on how to interpret what they're reading, but basically the whole point of like whatever they could have taught me kind of got lost in translation because they were both, you know.
Right.
Yeah.
And you know, that's a good point to bring up because of the simple fact that so much gets lost in translation. Marco spoke about it, you know, when it's speaking about it in this aspect of cultural languages, how, you know, you have some that are similar as far as, you know, with Spanish, and they're called different. There's different names for the language, you know, according to, you know, the different country, but, you know, you have the backbone in there, and it changes the versus each country. And so to act like, you know, things that can't be lost during these translation of these different meanings from culture to culture, you know, is foolish. And then some things are just left out because they don't know. You got people that just don't know how words translate. Some words are forgotten, and some words, you know, some languages, they don't have meaning for certain words. They're not, or they may have one word, the way you pronounce it may mean 2 or 3 different things. So it's easy for those translations to get misconstrued and all twisted, turned around. And some, it's, you know, it's done on purpose because, I mean, history is written by the victors.
Yeah, that's true.
Agon, you got anything to bring? Or you still? Yeah, he's still out. Lawrence, MOT.
Nothing much, not right now.
Okay.
I guess for me, I guess the question becomes, and again, I know MOT has talked about this quite a bit on his channel. it's how do we go about making that separation happen, and not just make that separation happen, but set up a system of policies and procedures on how we're able to define and choose those who would be part of that separation.
Well, one thing, like he says, of course, track record. Looking back on what they've done throughout their life, how they move, how they operated, the company that they keep. Because I mean, let's be real. I mean, you know, the Bible's got 2 things. You know, birds of a feather flock together, and a leopard can't change his spots. They are who they are. So you are who the company you keep.
Well, like the saying goes, you are a representative of your top 5 closest friends or something like that.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, the whole if you show me your 5 closest friends, I'll show you your future thing.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
I think that's from I forgot. I don't remember the original book that it's in, but I know it's in a lot, like almost every financial self-help book or has that in it. But I think it might have been in something like that as way back as The Intelligent Investor, or even what was that one guy, the Think and Grow Rich guy? What's his name? Napoleon something?
Napoleon Hill. Yeah.
Napoleon. Yeah, it might have been that too.
Because I'm thinking about the other guy, Rich Dad Poor Dad. I can't remember his name.
Yeah, him.
Robert
He says it too.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you.
And yeah, that's wonderful. And make me kind of bring it home. You know, how MOT started off last night about calling these full of crap people out. And the guy who, I mean, regardless of him being an atheist, when he was calling out what was his name? Jerry Caldwell, wasn't it? Was it?
Jeff Falwell.
Jeff Falwell, calling him out on being a piece of shit. I mean, just because he's a pastor doesn't mean that he was great or that he done good things for society as a whole. If he is what he was, that's what he was. And he was very right to call out, hey, look, the dude's dead. No, I'm not finna come up here and talk about him like he done something so great for people and for the community, when the simple fact is he didn't.
Oh, are you talking about last night with MOT and Jerry Falwell?
Jerry Falwell. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And you know, they were trying to force him to try and say something, good about the man. He's like, no, I'm not doing that.
Keep the lie going.
Right, to keep the lie going and dragging other people down with them. And you can't respect the man but for doing that.
Yeah, and it was interesting because you respect him for standing firm in his truth. You know that is what it is. But what I found more interesting was watching Hannity. I believe it was Hannity.
Yes.
I mean, literally go straight into a female frame and start shame tacting.
Oh yeah.
Started shaming language. Started gaslighting. Started saying he said stuff that he didn't actually say. I was more fascinated watching that than I was the other guy, because the other guy, like I said, he did not change.
Right.
But
Right.
Hannity flipped in the quickness, and he also pulled his own coattail by saying he's friends with the family. So right there out the gate, I can't trust anything you say because your allegiance is not to the truth; it's to the family.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so I mean that's the way I took it.
Yeah, I mean, but he said like, well, let's go over your track record. He was like, by all means. I saw what that said.
Right. Exactly. You know, I mean, hey, that was a great point, and that was a great point because, he ended up proving, like, hey, I mean, if you're going to sit up here and cape for this suspect dude, then you suspect yourself.
Exactly.
Oh,
Especially when his son
don't
is
go
suspect right now
there.
himself. Yeah, especially when his son was in some stuff where he had to step down from the school, like a couple weeks ago. So it's like, at the end of the day, man, I know they get a lot of money for graduating these subpar doctoral students that end up in these doctor in the box medical facilities.
Yeah,
But you got to understand that the government is pretty much the primary reason why these people was able to do what they was able to do. Not only from fundraise, but he was issued damn near an entire city where he was because he was a religious guy. And what did he do with it? Sponsor hatred towards other people that he didn't like. And it's like, at some point, man, you got to put some standards on the stuff that you do. I mean, those people are worth well over $1 billion,
yeah,
and they still are not trying to help people with the basics of anything.
yep.
Right.
And it just goes to show you, man, that these people are who they are. Like, dude, like they haven't changed. Like the amount of money should have mellowed these people out. You would think, but that's not the case.
But greed never mellows. That's the problem.
No, yeah, that's the problem.
Greed, power, and control never mellows. It just doesn't. And that's why, in a sense, he's twice damned because uh, just like the gentleman was saying about the contradictions. If you're a religious leader and here you are, and you're out there spouting hate, actions of hate, and etc. and so on, you literally are going against the very scriptures that you claim to be tantamount to your existence. I mean, because at the end of the day, it's like I've said many a times. If I tell you if you're wrong, I'll tell you you're wrong. After I do that, I'm out because what you do with that information is on you.
Right.
If you're doing something that from a religious perspective is quote unquote against what God says, then again you have to suffer for that judgment, not me. I don't get to claim vengeance. Vengeance is His. He said so. So to watch Jerry Falwell and others, and there's been others like him, past and present, do that, then yeah, I'm with the guy. I'm not going to be nice about it. I'm going to call you out for what you did.
Right. Because
You know what the irony
my bad. Go
of
ahead.
that interview was, and before he died, you know what the irony of that was? He did an interview a couple days before he died, saying that God was going to give him 20 more years, and he dropped dead later in that
week.
Oh man. Well, it is what it is.
Yeah.
Sometimes, man, he looked at the email box like, what?
But I tell you this, I've said it many a times before. God has a sense of humor.
Oh yeah, it may not be funny to you, but to him, it's pretty doggone funny.
Yeah, man, he'll like, well, 20 more years. Like, nah, the dude was like, man, that's a long 20 minutes, but you're gonna come on up here anyway.
It may not be up here, but you leaving here. You leaving from where you are anyway. Tell you that.
I mean, man, because if you look at this dude's track record, like prior to the civil rights movement with him, Franklin Graham, like
Yeah.
Pat Robertson, like those things that people have done. When people try to tell me that they are a conservative without knowing that type of history, knowing that those type of people actually run their party, knowing who evangelicals are and what they always have been against, as the track record.
Mhm.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
so I'm like, look, I'm from down there. I know,
Yeah.
and it's still like that today.
And you know the funny thing is, you got them on both sides, the liberal and
Now,
conservatives. So it
yeah,
doesn't, yeah, it
yeah, you
doesn't
do
matter.
now. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Because
because there was a little bit more outwardly doing it up north. They were more systematic
got you.
about elimination, even though they did the same thing. The
Yeah.
South was like, we don't need systematic elimination. We need direct elimination.
Right. Right. And the other thing I was getting at on both sides is, you got. I mean, let's talk about it. We got this black society, this black conglomerate, and these preachers, they on the liberal side too. And
Oh
then
my God.
they just
Yeah.
as full of shit as your Jerry Falwell. So
They
Boy.
replaced them. They
Well,
replaced them.
exactly.
yeah. Well,
Exactly.
and that's why I said earlier when I named the ones I named, I said there's plenty more, and I meant that for both sides.
Right, exactly.
It's at the end of the day, it's the religious aspect is no different than feminism. It is the key, the core aspect of it, and nothing else is control. Period.
Exactly. True.
I mean, it was just a rebranding effort. I mean, it
Yeah,
operates the
bottom
same,
line.
but it was just a
Yeah.
rebranding effort.
Right.
Yeah, that's all. And the game plan is to use because if you look at it, like you said, it's a rebranding effort, but at the same time, it's a tactical move because the same way a lot of churches have been overwhelmed with their doctrine, in addition to feminism, what you have is you have religion on one side, you have feminism on the other, and they're doing a pincer move on us. That's literally what they're doing.
That's it.
It's a pincer move. They're squeezing as tight as they can, and for those that pop out, it's like us, for instance. They squeeze so tight that you get a couple that just pop straight up and out. That's us. But their game plan is to come back for us later. The overall plan is to get as many as we can because they think they're going to win by overwhelming numbers. That's the game.
Yeah, but
Right.
overwhelming numbers make you very easy to hit.
Absolutely. Oh, we know that. I mean, we know that. But there's a lot of brothers who are out there by themselves thinking that they're all alone.
Yeah.
You know.
True.
And that's and I'm not gonna lie, I was one of them. You know what I mean? I thought I was all by myself, and then I started checking out channels and the whole 9 yards. Found a couple of guys, found Eisen. He introduced me to you guys, etc., and so on. There's a lot of brothers out there who are feeling it because they think they're by themselves.
Yeah.
I mean, this stuff is going to hit critical mass once it hits rural Black America. Once it
Absolutely.
hits rural Black America, and once these dudes realize that this wall stuff, and by the time they get access to these expired models, is something that they shouldn't really be ever been messing with in the first place. Once it gets to that level, and those women can't get off the market, that's when things are gonna change. And I think that's gonna happen in less than 10 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that within
I completely agree.
Yeah, within a decade. Yeah, I can see that.
You can just, let's just talk about how fast, like terms like an example, simp. Like I've got my 9-year-old cousin and his friends on Fortnite using that term now, and it's kind of crazy because that wasn't originally a red pill term. That goes way back to the early thousands when I rolled to my scene, like the original PUA guys. They used to call it sympathetic. But they spelled it SYMP. But now it's kind of we know that term, of course, in the red pill space. But now it's gotten so big. You got streamers using it, but it's just kind of showing you that slowly that red pill stuff is going to start to come to the surface.
Right.
And that's why all these pro marriage at all costs guys are actually trying to come back here and say that these men are broken. Oh, something is wrong with them. The system. It can't be divorce. It can't be the fact that you never listen to men or what they have to say to see what's going on. No.
Right.
No, they're actually just trying to make something out of nothing. And here's the thing. Once there's another level of choice, you lose.
Hey, and to bring home what you were talking about, I can't remember, somebody I was looking at, I'm subscribed to, they had posted something of some preacher somewhere in Arizona was complaining and about these guys that were walking away, talking about that there's still good this out there. There's still these good men and women out here. And the funny thing is whenever you look in this book and you read, there's two references. When you read Solomon, I don't know if it was in Ecclesiastes, I think, maybe, where he says that searching, he found one man amongst thousands that he could consider good. And then amongst his harem of 1,000 women, wasn't none of them. And then when you reference Jesus, what he says later, when he says there is none good but the Father, but he's saying that all people you got to feed them with a long handled spoon. It just goes to show that what they're teaching, they're not teaching these people to be cautious. They're setting them up for the kill. They're leading them like sheep to the slaughter.
Yeah, I can't disagree. And using scripture as an example as well, there's going to be a penance for that.
Exactly.
Right?
There is.
You're leading the sheep. You're leading the flock of sheep astray. I mean, there's going to be a penance for that. Like I've said to a couple of people, it doesn't make a difference if you believe or don't believe. One thing cannot be denied: that a huge chunk of what's in that book is common sense. No matter how you want to plug it, it's common sense. And if you apply it appropriately, regardless of what your belief system is, it'll work for you. And it's because it's been tested. You know what I'm saying? It's been tested. There's receipts, regardless of who you want to call. Somebody's got background. but yeah, I mean, it just goes to show it can be done. It can be done. Regardless of your viewpoint on the belief system or not.
Right.
And that's why I asked the question I did about the process of going forward to do that. And if so, is there a point in doing it? Because we've seen throughout history, whether it be Black Wall Street in Oklahoma, whether it be Rosewood, whether it be the days of Harlem, that at the end of the day, whatever we build, there's going to be a mass who's going to be coming at us to destroy it. That's just it is what it is, And don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that that's a reason not to do it. I'm just saying that we have to look at the whole picture realistically, that if that's a path to take, this is what we're going to be up against.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was getting ready to ask you. Come on with it.
Like what Lawrence is saying, they will come because your existence proves that they're not like. I was going to say something really basic. Let me just keep it basic. Your existence proves that they're false.
Yep.
Because it's kind of like that. It's kind of like having a friend that all he wants to do is complain. I can't do this. I can't do that. And then you say, yes, you can. And he says, no, you can't. And he'll be like, okay, let me show you. Then you do it. And then it's like going to either be two responses. Either he going, you're like, oh, snap, I could do that too. Or he's going to resent you fully. But then the thing, when you got the dynamic between groups, when you have one group saying that, things have to be a certain way, and then we're like, no, they don't, man. Things could be more functionally structured, We don't have to. We could really read this book and go about life, and we could really interact with others that don't read the book, but we have to convene on a type of logic, and we can also have a productive society. Those two worlds are going to come to clash because one side is going to be productive and the other one's not. And the people that are going to run the unproductive society are going to know the same information that the other society knows. So basically, they're going to have to make that side society the enemy, or they're going to lose their they're going to lose their flock. They're going to lose their flock, so they have to destroy it or put a bad light on it.
Right.
Yeah. Because one thing I've learned over time, and it's a shame I have to say this, but this is what I've noticed over my years. I have never seen a people like us who have been so terrified of their own inherent greatness. It's terrifying. Literally, it's terrifying to be a people who have built societies for others and not understand your capabilities that you would rather wallow in shame in playing the victim. It's just mind-boggling to me. Just absolutely mind-boggling.
I hear you. Let me take a moment right quick. I want to thank Marco Grande for the cash out. Appreciate that, brother, and I want to thank everyone for all the donations. I ended up getting StreamYard, so I got rid of the duck. And got this nice barbershop talk background here.
Yes, fly.
Hey, and I got to thank Jerome for coming up with the idea of what to call it. I got to thank Jerome Whiteside for that, and I seen this barbershop picture here, and it's got that has a pool table in the background and everything, along with the chairs. I was like, this barbershop look fly right here. I said, so I'm gonna have this for the background, and I just wanted to thank everybody for that.
No, that background is fly. I've loved it since you put it up,
man.
That's good. That's cool as hell. That's the kind of barbershop you want to walk into.
Man, that's the right barbershop. That's the man cave right there, man. It's sweet looking. So that's what I wanted.
Yep. And I like it. There's no TVs. That means you got to talk. You got to. I mean, let's be real. That's what barbershops are about. Getting groomed and having serious conversations, not coming in and watching no game on the TV. Man.
Then you got the pool table in there to shoot some pool. Exactly. So you got the other form of entertainment there as well too.
And it's not attached to a hair salon.
Right. This is a complete male setup. The complete male setup in here. With the hardwood look and the black ceiling. I was like, God, man, this thing looks fly. I like it. So I was like, that's it. That's what I'm running with. Mm-hmm. And I just wanted to thank everybody for those donations to get rid of the duck, get rid of the StreamYard, and upgrade for y'all.
That'll work. It's cool. I really like it.
Yeah, me too. I do too.
If I could ask a question, just out of curiosity, just for everybody, just out of curiosity, following the process of separation, would that initially have to be something that is only men, and build from there before allowing women to come in, or women are not allowed in at all because we don't want that, we don't want to have the shenanigans that come with having them, and et cetera and so on. I guess that's my question.
Separating only from men, or separating from the women?
No. I'm saying as a people, if there's a conscious decision that suddenly a group of us get together and we start the separation process, does that separation process only include men, or does it include men and then eventually we'll bring in women, knowing full well that there's going to be a certain level of shenanigans by women coming in? You see what I'm saying? It's kind of like when I talk to you about the shelter concept.
Got you. So are you talking about you're talking about it from a physical aspect of the shelter too?
Well, it could be. I mean,
I'm talking. So it works either way. What I was saying is you're talking about from an aspect of not just here on YouTube, but in real life. In real life.
Yeah, physical presence. Yeah,
I'm going to be honest. For most, it's gonna. I'm be honest. For most, it's pretty much impossible to expect them to cut them out completely. So you could probably have in real life where you have some that could do it, but you're gonna have a few that can do it, but you're gonna have a majority that they can't, and then you'll have some that kind of lie in between as far as where they cut them out on. And but I'm gonna be honest, it's unrealistic to me to expect these guys to be able to cut them off. You see how here in this space, how a lot of these guys strive for attention from women.
Yeah.
And not just in here, but as far as in social media in general, from women, period. Liking everything that they do and they post, and taking their time and investing it in as far as in what these women are doing. Whenever they could spend more in a much more beneficial way for themselves as well as other young men around them.
So then would you say the concept would be, you find land, you start the process, it initially begins with men, and while we're building and training, And when I say training, I mean, getting yourself balanced right mentally, emotionally, spiritually, etc., and so on. And then once we build, and that's done, if men want to go out and have women and create a family, because that is our biological imperative. I can't deny that.
Gotcha.
Then at least after the training and building, etc., and so on, maybe having a bit more wisdom on being able to choose an appropriate female. Not that it matters, because in my opinion, where I stand, they're all the same. But at least mitigate your damages by being a bit more self-aware on what to bring in and what not. Does that make sense?
It kind of makes sense. Now, when you say choosing an appropriate female, how do you mean choosing an appropriate female?
Oh well, I can't say because everybody's got their own
I'm not trying to be
individual.
funny. I'm talking about
No,
from your
no, no.
point of view.
No. I don't. I didn't take it that way. The reason I said that is because again, every man has his own definition of what he defines as being appropriate. So I would never put myself in a position to tell other men what would be. Now, me myself personally speaking, and we've had this conversation before. I've tried it on both spectrums, and neither one worked for me.
Right.
The first one is my first wife was not black. My second one was, but she was from a different country and a virgin, and both of those did not work. So that's what I'm saying. For me personally, my perspective will always be never, because no matter which way you choose, my personal experience, it doesn't work. But I can't say that for other people. They have different criteria. They have
Right.
different
I get what
concepts. They have different cultural requirements than I do.
Okay.
You see what I'm
Um,
saying?
I see what you're saying. So for me, what I can tell them is what I can tell them is, if you're looking from an aspect of ooh, of actually having one to keep, there is no such thing to me, from what I see, as a right one, because of the simple fact that women in this country, because of feminism, are rewarded for pulling,
Crap.
uh, yeah, bullshit.
Hmm.
They're rewarded.
Yeah.
Um, the only thing now, from another standpoint of, as far as dealing with them in the aspect of who you choose to be around, who you can let in, as far as being around and dealing with in that aspect, only deal with those who benefit you.
Well,
Um,
yeah. Because that's my problem. Like I said, for me, my thing is I don't deal with them at all. But I can't be foolish enough to live through the concept that building a society requires women,
yeah,
regardless of what I feel about them.
yeah, I see
So
what you're saying there.
you know what I
So,
mean?
what I tell him is, if she will do absolutely nothing for you, ain't no need in even knowing the broad.
Mm,
Uh, and that's with people in general. Um, there's no need in knowing her, because of the simple fact, um, something that somebody feels is worth doing, they will invest some form of something towards it, time, money, anything.
yeah, time,
If
yeah, effort.
yeah,
Yeah,
if they're not willing to do it, they're not worth knowing. They're not worth you. They're not worth the privilege of your time. That's the only thing I know to tell them,
yeah. What do you?
regardless of any aspect.
Yeah. I get it. What do you think, Seattle? Aegon?
I think trying to keep. Well, you didn't say that. You didn't say trying to keep out. What I say is basically like this. It's like alcohol and tobacco. Like, I'm against the shit,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't hate people that use it.
Right.
And I know some people need it because people have had harder lives than I have had. So
Mm-hmm.
people get their stress out in different types of ways. So I had to learn that, basically, because I hated the shit growing up.
Gotcha.
Then I learned that and I have done it before, but I was saying, and I don't really do it right now. I drank last week, and I'm kicking myself in the ass for that. But I had to realize humans are humans, and everything to an extent. So I look at women are like tobacco and alcohol. You can't really get it out, and brothers need that outlet somewhat, to a degree. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it would have to be a case by case basis.
Mm.
But I think we're getting into the realm of culture and women having to be subjugated, because the thing is that we know if they have anything to basically like the laws or any out, they're gonna take it in this in this type of environment that we're gonna be in, that we're separating in. My best bet is to basically keep. Damn, it's like the we had to get I think MOT got the answer right. You have to basically the higher. It's not going to be 100%, but we got a higher chance. You got to get try to find the most cultural women that you know that have father figures that you can get along with. That you know that have instilled that shit in the daughters, and you got to vet the girls. I know we put that vet shit on there, but after that, with the next generation, like after this first go around, I would say the younger generation should go towards men that have already separated and their daughters. But the first one, you're gonna have to go outward and get women from more cultured environments, the most ones you can, and have a relationship with the father. And that's just an idea. You know, I never done it before. I'm just thinking about what I want to do. You know, I'm just throwing it out there. If the next woman that I marry, I'm gonna have to be really tight with her dad, and they have to come from like a stronger culture. And then I'm gonna have to vet her because she might be trying to break the fuck away because I'm a Black American man. I'm gonna let her get away with a lot of shit she can't normally get away with. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because that would be my concern. Because, like I said, building, separating, and building something different is good. I don't have an issue with that. It's just that under the circumstances and the way women are behaving, both in this country and outside of it, to be quite frank, I don't want to run the risk of men who come together and build something great, only for women to come in who take advantage of them and ends up tearing them down by whatever measure you want. Yeah, exactly, and that's my point. That's why I was asking, and that's the conclusion I'm coming to listening to you guys.
So you pretty much
you can mitigate the damages, but you'll never get rid of it as a whole.
So the only thing you can almost do is to pretty much mitigate and filter those dudes that are going to be a problem and give them let them have their own place where they can go and let them do that to them.
Well, you leave them where they are.
Yeah, that's the best thing you can do.
Yeah. Because, like I said, if me personally, I mean, they'd never walk on to one speck of dirt in my spot. But at the end of the day, like I said, that's me. I cannot expect every man to follow the path that I do the same way I wouldn't follow theirs. So.
And you went there, Lawrence, what Zero always talk about with that. See, for me personally, I had to make a laugh. I had to make a laugh on that one.
Yeah, but what do you think, Blaze? Is he there?
Isaiah, are you there?
Can I say something real fast?
Yeah,
go ahead. I don't hear nobody else. Go ahead.
Because I want to answer Zero's question. He said you don't need an outlet.
Yeah, I'm here. My bad.
You got to Blaze.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Isaiah. Hello? I don't know. I guess he's out.
Oh, no. My bad. No, my connection kept going in and out.
Oh, okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Yeah, his connection.
Okay, good. Basically me, yeah. Hold up. I'm gonna have to drop. Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. Is it better now?
It's better now.
Yeah, much better.
Okay. Okay, good. Basically me because basically me because of my culture, and my strong family background, I have to take a woman that has from a strong patriarchal background. So that's one thing I have to worry about. And it is a case by case basis. So if I meet a woman, I have to meet her family. I have to know her whole track record. I have to know all of that. But before that, I'll have to lay out my plan and see if she works according to that. If she doesn't work according to that, then she cannot be chosen. And that was something not even that I chose. It's something that the whole family has chosen. So that's just me on that and on that whole thing. If other people can do that, I would advise people to do that, but I know everybody cannot do it. So I don't know. What do y'all think?
Well, here's my thought. I agree with everything you said. I really do. My problem is that
Hello?
As MOT himself, as MOT himself said, you don't have a large enough pool to find that.
My thing is, no, well, no, wait, no, zero. My thing is, the pool doesn't really matter. All women are that way.
True.
And then when you have a society that benefits them and gives them incentives to pull the effery, for no better term I can think of right now, they're all gonna choose it. I mean, it's like Zero says, they have a winning lottery ticket. You'd be a fool to not expect them to cash it.
And that's
Zero.
why I made the comment about the fact of the matter is that you have all these men who come together, create something separate, but regardless of what level of separation we do, we are still within a nation who has laws that would allow them to come in, pretend that they love us, marry us, etc., and so on, only to divorce rape us and take everything we just built. That's why I asked the question, because no matter how we look at it, there's going to be damage. And that's why I was saying mitigating your damages is best, which would be what Blase was saying. But the problem with what Blase is saying, although true, you don't have enough women who fit that category. You're talking about the vast majority of selection in this company this country comes from broken homes, no fathers, etc., and so on. That's really our selection pool, unless we go outside the country. And even then, you still have some of those possibilities as well.
Yeah. Zero, welcome to the panel.
What's up? What's up?
Hey, brother.
Oh, by the way, for me personally,
Hey, we all make fun about that comment anyway.
that's who came up with that shit. He was like, got tired of hearing people say, "Well, for me,
See, for me personally,
But yeah, Lawrence, dude, you're gonna need like a whole new religion, or at least like a new ritual. Like you need rituals and all types of like new cultural standards in order to do that. Because if you try to do it in a way where like these men are like making unilateral decisions and they're not, they're their own free will and all that. That's great. But if you're doing a society type thing, they like men in every society have to be accountable for each other. But that's not enough. You're gonna need something to tie them down. The men too. Like you need to tie the women down too, but you need to tie the men down as well, or else because all it's gonna take is like a few dudes to get out of control, and then the rest of it is over with.
Well, that's why I told you in the chat. What you saying is exactly where I was leading to.
Okay.
Because that's where I was. That's the direction I was trying to go, but by asking the question, because what you said is valid. The problem is that what do you do when you run up against people who don't want to follow a particular religion? They're agnostic, they're atheist, or they have a different belief that they refuse to coincide with that one. So again, that creates in and of itself another set of problems.
Right. It's just like you see like those really devout Islamic Muslim dudes that come over here and then start fucking a bunch of white bitches.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Like they super devout Muslims. Yeah. It's that same thing. That they'll, and they over here talking about how great their country is, but they over here.
Yeah. Yeah. I've had that conversation with a lot of, well, at least in the past, a lot of people who come from Africa talking about America's not this, America's not that, but yeah, you're here.
Right.
so and that's not all of it.
Like they can say, "Well, I'm here for the money." It's like, right.
Yeah, exactly.
Because a lot of people like to use that excuse. Well, I'm just here for the money. Okay. Yeah, like you haven't said anything that went against what I just said.
Mm-hmm.
If your country was so great, you wouldn't need to be here for the money.
Exactly, and yeah, that was one of the main arguments that I always used when it came to them. I said, so then why are you here? Well, job opportunities, money. Okay, then you can't be that great back home if you had to come here to do that.
Right.
So, I've used that argument plenty of times.
Right, but it's that type of mentality that'll fuck everything up. Because you got them backward thinking ass dudes that be like, "Oh man, I want to go to Lawrence's society," and then when they get there, they like, "Damn, I really do want to do all this bullshit that I was doing before. I just want to stay here and do it."
Right.
Yeah, and
Exactly.
it's funny because if you remember, Eisen, you and I spoke about that last weekend about brothers who always want to like Zero says, pussy's undefeated, and you got those brothers who are there to do work but always want to get a weekend pass to go out
Right.
to get their swerve on, and then come back and think they just go pick up where they left
Right.
off
Well,
with the
and
thing.
you also brought up the ones who actually wanted to bring them there.
Yeah, yeah.
And my whole thing was the simple fact that, this is why, I think what the whole reference of Abram and Lot is so powerful, because of the simple fact with Lot's wife looking back. That's those people we talking about.
Mhm.
And it goes to show that, there's no way you can't serve two masters. You're gonna love one and despise the other. So you can't have two ways of life. Either you're gonna live this one way, or you're not, or you're gonna live the other.
Yeah.
Smooth, welcome to the panel, man.
What's up, y'all? Can y'all hear me?
Hey, shalom,
Yeah,
shalom.
hear you.
Yeah, shalom.
What's up,
Shalom,
Smooth?
shalom, shalom. Yeah, what's up, Zero, man? Greetings, everybody. Yeah, man, y'all
Greetings.
having
What
a
up?
great discussion out here, man. Like, I'm just listening in. And
Okay.
I'm soak up against Sundays for the week.
I hear you. I hear you.
So what do you
You know what I
think?
mean?
So what do you think about what you heard so far?
Now, I mean, I agree with what you guys have said. Like that is a main issue. Like the issue of, I'm sorry, guys, I'm at Slave Market.
Okay.
Um, the issue is having dudes that really want to, they want to be in the community as you said it, but they still want to do some fuck shit on the side, you know. And I mean, I don't know. I've been thinking about your community, Lawrence, and to find the right people, it's gonna be hard, man. You know,
Yeah, I would agree.
like it's gonna be a tough one.
Right.
It's really
Yeah,
going to
no,
be a tough one because you also have to think of those that may really be enthusiastic, but then as time goes by, they're like, God damn, I'm tired of jacking off all the time, or some shit like that, you know?
no, you're right. Yeah, no, you're dead right. Yeah, there's no question to that. It takes a certain amount of will. As a matter of fact, to quote a particular line of scripture, the spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
So,
exactly,
you know,
exactly.
so that's a thing in and of itself. That's why that's why what I that's why what I built is a shelter concept, and it's only for men, because from building it as a shelter perspective, I don't have to worry about women laying claim to they have a right to be there, et cetera, and so on, because it's a totally different kind of beast as opposed to an organization or anything like that. But choosing the right people, and that, yeah, there's no question, you're right about that. Doesn't it? It's a hard thing, and the filter process is going to be brutal, because like I said, Eisen
That's
and I,
what I'm saying.
yeah,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The
Well, I
filter
mean, the
process.
alternative has a filter process, and it's also brutal. Or
Right.
well,
Right.
it's funny you say that, Zero, because my filter process really was going to be based um on the requirements to, like you would if you were military, physical requirements, mental requirements, you know what I'm saying, willpower and all that good stuff. um uh not saying it's perfect, but it's the best one that I personally know at the moment. If anyone has any other format, I'm more than happy to
I
listen
do
to it.
have a question. You said,
Yeah.
now when you brought up physical requirements, um, let's say, what about you had somebody who, because we talked about war veterans, you being ex-military. What about somebody who lost their legs and was in a wheelchair?
Oh, no, no,
But
no, no. I'm sorry.
I'm just
No,
asking.
no,
That just made me think of that.
no, you're fine. You know what, that my apologies for that, because when I say physical, I don't mean in that sense. I mean, I'm not taking people who have drug addictions. I'm not taking people who's hooked on alcohol. That's what I mean by physical.
Oh, okay. I got you.
Yeah, I'm sorry, and I should have explained that better.
Cool.
being handicapped, no legs, no arms, that means nothing to me.
Okay.
That means nothing to me. I'm talking about this is a shelter for men to come together, learn how to do things, put themselves in a better position so they can work within society.
Gotcha.
I'm not a drug rehab spot.
Gotcha.
You know what I mean? That's what I mean by physical. If
Right,
you're
because
coming in,
otherwise you end up being a new NOI.
exactly. You know what I'm saying?
Ooh.
I was just going to say that. I was
Yeah.
just going to say that.
Yeah, but if I allowed that, I become something different than what I'm trying to do.
Right.
Because now I have to get federally and state certified. Now I have to have counselors. Now
I
I
see
have to
what you're
have
saying.
now I have to have doctors and nurses because I'm going to have to help you learn to get through withdrawals. And all. Said yeah. So when I say physical, whenever I say physical, that's what I'm talking about. I'm
You're
talking
talking
about
about people with what's the word I'm looking for? With addictions.
yeah,
Addictive
addiction.
personalities.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm just talking about addictions. I don't look, man. You can be 400 pounds. You can be 200 pounds. You can have one leg, two arm. One arm.
I don't
I
know,
mean,
man. That 400-pound shit, that means you're addicted to food.
well, see, here's the thing about it, though.
Or addicted to, to the wrong type of stuff and not doing anything. Laziness.
Well, here's
Yeah,
the thing.
true.
Well, here's the thing. Part of the aspect of the shelter is that we will be growing our own food and crops. So you'll be working the fields and you'll be eating what we grow. So whatever addiction you might have had towards food, you'll eventually overcome it by working through all that. So
Yo,
I
yo.
don't know, man. I don't think you
Lawrence,
ever seen a fat nigga at Old Country Buffet.
oh yes, I have. Oh
Okay.
dude, look, let me tell
Them
you
niggas
something.
don't chew.
Yeah, I know.
Golly.
Let me tell you something, man. I had a joke back in the day that when skiing, you coming down so fast on that hill, you look like a 500-pound fat luau man over a cornfield. You
Ah.
know what I'm saying?
Ah.
So I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. But
yo,
see, here's the beauty about the shelter and the rules and the policies. When you come in, you have to sign all that. No different than a woman has to sign when she goes to a shelter with her kids or herself alone. You have to follow the dictates of that shelter. If not, you will be asked to leave, and there's nothing you can do. So it's just that simple.
yo,
Um,
Lawrence, can I say something?
yeah, sure.
Yo, I dig the idea, man. It's beautiful as shit.
Yeah, it is.
It's gonna be superly hard because, like, I was gonna say this before. I'm like, if you're gonna have guys living that disciplined life and they working in fields and eating the right foods, like we live in a fat society. Like, you know how hard it's gonna be to keep like in shape dudes, like tip top dudes, away from women.
But listen to what I'm saying. No,
Watch this.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying you're wrong. I just want you to listen to what I'm saying, and everybody in the chat and everybody on the panel. Anything worth doing is going to require hard work.
Agreed.
If you're coming in, you're already going to know what's required of you. You sign those papers, okay, and you come in, then you're expected to do the work. If you decide during that process you can't or you won't, then you can leave. No hard feelings.
Yeah.
But if we're going to be successful, we can no longer allow excuses to be made by individuals.
Agreed.
We have to cut you out like the virus you are. We have to do the surgery. And here's the most important thing. If I don't, then your attitude is going to filter through and destroy the rest of the men who are there doing the work.
I agree.
Yeah, it
And
takes
you
a
know the
different
other
type of
thing,
mental state to even be there in the first place.
right?
So
Yeah, it's gonna and to be honest, there's gonna only be pretty much two types that are gonna make it. Those that are already pretty much ready for that, and the others that have been so damaged that this is the only shot and the only place that they've got to get out of that funk that they're in. That's the only type I see.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And like I said, the process I have works in two phases, 6 months to a year. In any one of those, if you decide that you want to leave, you can leave. Even if you do the entire year programs that I'm setting up, and you decide after that year you want to go back out, quote unquote, into the real world, you're more than welcome to. But at least I gave you some tools to be at least a bit more effective when you get out there. Now, if you get out there and you pick up the old habits that you had, that's on you.
Right.
That's on you because like Eisen just said, this is your last shot. This may be your very last shot. and you got it. If you ruin it by not being a good caretaker of what was given to you, that's not on me. That's on you.
But
That's why, and that's why I'm so hard. The black pill aspect of me is not just about women; it's about the men too,
but
because we cannot continue to allow excuses to be made. Oh well, he's used to eating this way. That's great, but you're here now. None of that what happened before matters to me. You're here, so you do the work. If you don't want to do the work, then you gotta go.
but Lawrence, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
What type of men are on their last shot that's not addicted to drugs?
Oh, there's
You
lots of
hold on,
dude.
and
There's
there's
lots of
different
them.
type of drugs too. I
That's true.
mean,
Yeah.
Yeah, pussy
you
is a
could.
drug.
Yes, exactly. That's where I was going. You could have those men who have been divorced, who've
Okay.
been cut off from their families. You can have those, who, they may not be addicted to those type of substances, but being addicted to people in general and having to be around them and being cut off in that sense. And like Zero said, pussy.
Yeah.
Those
And
type of guys
yeah.
too.
And on top of that, and again, Eisen, you and I have talked about this many a times. Here's the thing, Aegon. When I say your last chance, what I'm talking about is I'm concerned about those brothers who've had their children taken, who've had their money stolen, that brothers are so isolated after going through something like that. These are the brothers who are contemplating suicide. Those are who I'm talking about last chance. Those are the brothers who are looking at the world in a sense that they have nothing left to offer. They're worth more dead than alive. Those are the ones I want. Those are the ones that matter to me.
Or you have those that a judge is silly. He said we should call your shelter Melanesia and the habits shall be called Melanites.
Oh, man, shut up.
But you also have those who come from prison who they know that, hey, look, I can't go back to regular society.
Mhm.
I'm gonna have to go somewhere like this. So it's away from everything that drew me into what got me into prison. So
Mhm.
those type of work as well. I'll be right back, gentlemen. I'm gonna mute
Yeah.
up.
And then on top of that, after the year's worth of program is done, you have a choice. You can leave and go back out there, or you can decide to stay. If you stay, at least I know who I'm allowing to stay within that particular shelter or society or whatever you want to call it has already been vetted. They've gone through the process. I know where they stand. So them staying doesn't do any damage or allow any outside influences to come in because they just spent the year doing what needs to be done and they made a conscious decision. I don't want to go back out there. I'd rather stay here and work, or at
Right.
least do this kind of work. So to some degree it's a shelter, but it could end up literally becoming its own society in a way.
Yeah, if you can reach like a critical mass, as they say, then it'll be attractive and other people want to come there. Versus in the beginning where people are just kind of coming and going, you got like high turnover and shit. The only
Yeah.
thing I can really think of though that's like on both sides is kind of like with that pussy addiction being so great. If because dudes, it takes several times for dudes to get hit in the fucking face because of the lack of education. Nobody really wants to see how anthropology works or history works,
True.
so they don't have like the necessary information to go, okay, this shit happened because not because it was a fluke, but because it's just by design. No one
Hmm.
wants to think about that, especially when it comes to women. No one wants to think about things happening by design, like biological design.
Yeah.
So they'll just say, okay, that was some fluke shit, and then they go through your program, and then they start feeling like, oh, I'm a new man. I can tackle this shit again. And then they leave.
Yeah. Damn.
Yeah. But
They
see,
tackle this shit because they don't have like historical information about how people work.
right, and that and being there, that's part of the process, learning some of that. But just to show you that this is not just something I'm whimsically coming up with. I'm walking into this with my eyes wide open. And when I say eyes wide open, to show you the sincerity of that, I know full well there's just going to be brothers who are going to want to be in there to learn how to do business and all the other programs so they can go out and get and so-called get the bag to get more women. I know that's going to happen. I know that's going to happen. There's going to be those who just want to learn to how to get the bag and then come back out, and then they're going to go right back to their game plan because they think having flash and dash and bag and all this other stuff can impress women to get them to be with them.
Right.
You know what I
And
mean?
and also too, you have to think that you're gonna have those that they enjoy, even though it may not be for that specific reason, they're still going to enjoy that outside world as well too, that are going to want to learn it for that, because they want to live in that aspect too.
Yep.
Yeah, see, it could be me. I would actually shame niggas. I'd be like, you're not man enough to be over here. Like dead ass.
Oh god.
Yeah, you ain't cut out for this kind of life, man. Get on back out there.
I'd be all in the fucking ad hominem handbook.
Mhm.
Like your testicular fortitude is not great enough to be over here.
Oh my goodness, I use that testicular fortitude so much. I use that so much.
I'd be dying laughing. I'd be right there with you laughing at them, and that really be pouring salt in the wound.
Yeah, you gotta shame niggas, man. Shame works.
Yeah,
but throughout history.
But like I said on an old stream, like I said, I'm not foolish. I understand what's going on. I mean, as a matter of fact, the prime example I gave on that stream was, you take 10 brothers. They will all say they want to be part of it. Okay, and 8 of those will back out because they realize it requires too much work. That leaves you with 2. Out of that 2, one of them is going to go halfway, and then when he's just about to reach the end of success, he's going to cave in and give up and walk away.
Do it.
And then exactly, which leaves you with one dude who's going to take it all the way. That's generally the breakdown.
Yeah,
that's generally breakdown. So if I bring in, say, like 40 brothers, I know I'm going to walk away with only 4. I know this. I know this. That's what I'm saying. I'm not going into this with my eyes closed.
6 at best, probably.
If you're lucky, yeah. But at the very least, if you get 1 out of every 10, that's 4.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So, and like the saying goes, you just need to save 1. So I'm already ahead of the game.
Right.
So that's why I have these conversations with you guys, because I know I can't solve it all on my own. I know I can't look at every angle and every perspective. So when you guys talk to me and you break stuff down, I'm not challenging what you're saying. I'm just telling you from my perspective what I was looking at, and hopefully whatever you're telling me can make me adjust my course appropriately. Because I know some of the guys I talk to, they think I'm challenging. I'm not challenging. I literally want an open discussion. As a matter of fact, I believe, Zero, it was your channel first that I opened up that kind of discussion.
Yeah. Well, I just
look at Judge Zilla. One of them will have to ask their mama first. Yeah,
that's
true.
He ain't lying. He's not lying. He's not lying. He is not lying.
Past, like,
I think Zero was saying something.
Yeah, he was saying something. Cut out. It seemed like. You there, Zero?
Yeah, I am, but I don't think it's coming through.
Go ahead,
no, it didn't.
Is it coming through or no?
Yeah, now we can hear you now.
Oh,
yeah,
okay,
we can hear you now.
No, I said, I'm driving. That's the problem.
Yeah.
I'll be thinking about it from the perspective of like society, like when people make up, like for instance, if I compare to the NOI, the only reason that worked, even though they bastardized the religion and shit, the only reason it worked, even though they bastardized religion, is because at the end of the day, they took the only part of the religion that they cared about, which was the part where the religion promises dudes bitches.
Yeah.
That's the only part they really cared about, because like that religion, if you know, it promises you a bitch. All you got to do is be this stand-up guy within the Islam framework, and you get a bitch. You get assigned a woman, but you have to meet this criteria first, and then you get a bitch. That's the only. It's like every society in history has always worked that way. You got to earn a bitch. If you got one that's just like, no, you're not earning no bitch, you just making yourself better, it's gonna be a hard sell. Don't get me wrong, there are gonna be dudes that go through it because they like, fuck that shit. But those dudes are gonna have to be black pill first.
Right.
I can't see a situation where a dude or a blue pill dude come in and go, I got
Damn, that was good too, and we lost
the black pill first. But the only dudes getting more and more black pilled is for. Oh shit!
You cut part of that cut out. Part of that cut out. And you was on the road.
What part?
Right after you said you have to be black pill first, and then you went on to explain why, and we missed the why.
Because it'll be a hard sell for a blue pill person.
Yeah.
To really like get on with it versus like a black pill person. But the only way to really there would have to be like some things set up outside of society itself, like almost like a marketing campaign. Because if men aren't black pilled, they really don't give a fuck. I mean, you see it out here. If men are not black pilled, and the only way to get black pilled is to see shit for what it is, and a lot of dudes have a mental block on seeing shit for what it is. As soon as something gets seen for what it is, a nigga will block that shit out. Like, I know that's how I know it's working this way, but fuck that.
Yeah.
All I gotta do is alpha harder. Like that's niggas thinking. Like seriously.
Yeah, no, you're right. That's why I'm laughing.
Yeah, you're dead ass. You're dead ass, man, for real.
It seemed like the default position of a lot of smart brothers is that they turn into, if I build it, they will come niggas.
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
Feel Green's ass niggas.
You're right. You're right on that. But for me, that's not what I'm doing. I have no intentions on building it and they'll come. I'm building it and I'm selecting. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, that's the best way.
That's what I'm doing. That's why I said, Eisen and I, like I said, we talk at least once a week, easy. If nothing else, we follow up on Sundays. I break this down. He'll throw me some ideas back and forth, and I'll work it out and I'll tweak it. But like I said, the same thing that applies to me applies to him as well. With us together, it takes more than just two minds. It's going to take a variety of perspectives and attitudes and concepts for me to get this narrowed down as best as possible. It's not going to be perfect, but I want to try and get as close as possible to, like I said earlier, about mitigating damages.
That's a great angle though, that selective shit, because people like exclusivity, love it.
Yeah, you're right.
Exclusivity is like the fucking benchmark in society. There's a lot of reasons how society get off the ground, because you need to like hierarchy people or classify them and shit. I'm at the top of you niggas, or I got this and you don't. Like, have and have not.
Yeah, elites. Yeah. You're talking about elites.
Yeah, elitism, and even if it's not like elitism per se, it's just the exclusivity of it in the first place. If you're selecting for these criteria, then there are going to be a lot of dudes that's like, man, fuck that, I can do this. Like, I'm talking about even out of the black field people, they're going to be like, fuck that, I can be the best, version. Or I can be like, I can get to the top of the best,
like the best Roman. I can be
exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, even priests have hierarchy. Like, and these motherfuckers are celibate by choice, and priests want to be the best. They're like, it's motherfuckers who want to be the top priest. Like, Pope. Look at the Pope.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you're right.
Archdioceses,
every priest want to be the Pope. Yeah,
you gotta. I talked about this before about fostering like competition among men to create systems. I mean, that's how society got off the ground with like the honor system. That shit is not natural. It's only humans have that, because all you got to do is turn that like when you're honor bound to a society, that's a chore. All you got to do is turn that chore into a competition among men, because men compete over literally everything. Yeah. Then you can make that chore become an intrinsic value. So that's why people are like, I can be more honorable than you, to the point where people will die or kill themselves for the honor of their society or woman or wherever the fuck else. So yeah, that exclusivity is like that's important as shit.
Yeah, and that's why my game plan is as soon as I finish clearing up some personal matters, what I want to do is I want to create some private streams and just get together with certain brothers and stuff like that, and we can continue this conversation and see if I can see if you guys can help me like literally work out the fine details, because the overarching concept is I've got, but like I said, it's that little minutia, and like I said, no man can see everything, and that's it. Like the saying goes, to have wisdom, seek counsel. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh man, this has been great so far. I think we got 17 people watching. I want to thank everyone for coming out. I want to thank Blase for subscribing and all the other subscribers I got added.
Oh wow, I hadn't even noticed that.
Yeah. At one point we had over 20 in here, so.
Oh nice. Man. Nice.
So Lawrence, how far in the future are we looking?
Say again.
Because this sounds much. I say, how far in the future are we looking for this shelter to come about? Because this sounds like it's
well, it depends.
around the corner almost.
It it's pretty close. It's pretty close. It just depends on what phase we're talking about.
Okay.
If you're talking about the land and everything that's required to purchase the land, we're looking at about 6-7 months.
I think he's talking about actually being able to come there. That's what he's talking about.
Well, then that's what I'm saying. So 6-7 months for the land. You're talking about clearing it and building, which is probably going to take the remainder of 6 months after that. So you're looking about maybe a year and a half. And that's if the locations that I choose, the county and the states don't give me a whole bunch of crap for regulations and paperwork and all that crap.
Right.
Because bureaucracy will drag crap along as long as possible. And then on top of that, you also have to take into consideration, like we talked about earlier with Rosewood, Oklahoma, yada yada. Not a lot of people going to be thrilled to see a lot of us in their backyard. So
yeah, I was thinking about that. So I was thinking about that too. Like, that's going to be another issue.
Mm-hmm. Now, don't get me wrong. The doors are open up to all men. I don't care what color you look like. What I'm saying is that the vast majority, I'm pretty sure, are going to be us. And and we, like I said, we've seen throughout history how they deal with that. So
how they deal with that. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. I ain't gonna lie. I'm ready for it to launch off.
Say again.
I said I'm not gonna lie. I'm ready for it to launch off. I'm ready to come out. I'm ready to come out there and see it. And I guess I'm gonna have to pull a zero. Shame some folks. You ain't ready for this shit.
Well, see, the funny part is that I've actually and I expected this because it happens. But what I found fascinating was that I have found far more brothers who are angry at me for trying to do this than I have positive brothers who said give it a shot.
It doesn't surprise me.
I mean,
it don't surprise me, really.
That's completely unsurprising.
Yeah, because don't get me wrong, I've had some brothers who look at me and told me point blank, man, I don't think this is a good idea. But if you want to give it a shot, man, do what you got to do, and if it works, I got you. And I can live with that. But I've had some brothers who came straight out, and just like you said, zero pussies undefeated. What about the women?
Yeah. Wait, you ain't gonna have no bitches there. What?
Well, I mean, do we get to get out for the weekend and go into town and yada yada yada?
But that's funny.
I've had other dudes who told me point blank that I'm a traitor to my people by ostracizing half of them. I've been told that, so you building a gay bathhouse or some shit like that.
Yeah. People are definitely gonna say that.
Does anybody remember lodges?
Anybody remember what?
Lodges.
Yeah, I'm
lodges.
Yeah.
You have to meet certain criteria as a man as far as like finances and lifestyle.
Right.
And then you had to pay to become a member, and it was dudes only. You know what they had in there? Cigar lounges, pool tables, all types of fun shit. You get to try different super expensive fucking liquors. You get you watch the big screen with fights and shit like that, playing poker, just all types of fun dude shit. But you had to pay to even be in the fucking society, and you had to keep like 90% of the shit you did in there secret.
Right. Yep. We used to see it on.
They had grand numbers of fucking membership.
Yeah, well, remember the old TV shows we used to watch. Ralph Cramden was part of a lodge.
Yeah.
Archie Bunker was part of a lodge.
Fred Flintstone.
Fred Flintstone. George Jefferson. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I see this as the same thing, but an entire fucking city of it. And all it's gonna do is, again, the exclusivity part of it is gonna make niggas run over there after a while.
Yeah,
that's all that's gonna happen.
Yeah, when that and when they see, let's say when you got dudes that whenever we're going out doing whatever we need to do, and they're doing whatever they need to do, they see them, they like, man, where y'all going? Oh man, don't worry about that. We going back to our spot. You can't come in yet. We
Oh my god.
You might get a lot of niggas who done raise their kids and just bail out of their marriage because they just tired of that bitch.
That's true too.
Yeah.
No, I'm dead ass serious. A lot of
No,
Yeah,
married dudes are black pilled as fuck, and they want out. It's
Yeah.
just like, what's the alternative?
Right.
yeah,
True.
and that was my point. Because like I said, you know, it always comes down to the same question. I can talk about this all day. We can share the concept all day, but the real question comes down to when we have a group of logical, educated men that we can, like we're doing now, and talk about it. It comes down to one simple question: is this even viable, much less worth doing? That's the question.
Right. Right. I think it's worth doing. I think it's valuable. Of course, it's going to be a slow process and a difficult process, but I think it's worth it, and I think it's viable. Like Zero said, you know, you had those lodges, you still got them around. Um, the thing is, you know, it's just a select group of men that'll be able to get it done and help get it off, and then it'll eventually grow. And like Zero and you pointed out, the exclusivity of it, it'll draw the attention of men who want to do it, and then of course you'll be able to keep those who invest into it and really enjoy it. They want to get out of their marriages because of the simple fact they see how far down the shithole it's gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, lodges are even more secretive now. Like there was a Triple I shrine in Milwaukee over on Wisconsin Avenue, and like it used to be, a lot of members in there, but then their membership got cut out because they said they had to allow bitches in there.
I was thinking about that.
They've been doing that for over a decade now with every lodge they come
lodges
across.
Up.
So Lawrence, how do you stop that? How do you stop that?
How do you stop what?
Here's the thing. Watch this. Here's the thing with those lodges.
Wait.
Be a shelter, so that's how you stop that.
No. I'm sorry. Hold on. I don't mean to cut you guys. I didn't even hear the question. What was the question?
He was like, "How do you stop that from happening with yours?" And what I was
shelter.
And the other thing I was going to say is those lodges, they get some type of government grant or 50C whatever that form is called. It's
501c3.
Yeah, 501c3 status to where they don't have to pay taxes. So they're accepting government help. So they're governed by the government. That's the thing that separates what he's trying to start versus what they have.
And when bitches run to the government and say, "Daddy, they won't let us join," then they be like, "You gotta let them join."
Actually, that depends, because with lodges and organizations, it's actually a 501c4 and a 501c6.
Okay, yeah.
Because they break down different sections.
Yeah,
501c3 is an overarching concept, which generally falls more into religious organizations, arts, that kind of stuff, museums, so on and so forth. But the trick here is that how do you avoid that is the fact that it's a shelter. That's the first step, because there's not a single state in this country, nor the federal government, who will allow a shelter that's made for a particular people to be invaded by another. You can see that plain as day with the only male shelter in existence in the middle of the Mojave Desert in California. Then you cross over and you look at everything from Providence House and all the other female ones where men are not allowed to know where they're located, interact with the women, yada, yada. That is an overarching thing that cannot be overridden. So in that respect, making it a shelter protects it from having other females come inside. Especially when you
put it in the middle of the Mojave Desert because bitches are not
exactly.
They don't want to come out there.
Exactly. And I don't know if Eisen told you, but mine is actually in the mountains, so they're not going to climb either.
There's no bitch that's going to want to climb.
Exactly. No, I'm dead ass. I'm not being funny. 3 of the locations I picked, they're all in the mountains.
Damn, we gotta go there. Oh no, fuck that
shit. But the thing is that when it's all said and done, that's the saving grace. The fact that it's listed as a shelter by the state. Now, here's the trick to what you were saying, Zero, about a 501c3 or whatever, and them trying to force women on you. Here's the trick. You can become a shelter without making it federal and getting a 501c3. You just become a shelter within the state and use the state's concept of a nonprofit. Now, the trick to that is that building my companies are going to be the Patreon of the shelter, which means money from company is going to be donated to the shelter. So the company gets a tax write-off, and the shelter gets money directly from the company, which means that it's not getting it from the state or the federal government, and therefore they have no say-so on what's being done.
The shelter is getting a donation from the company.
Exactly. Actually, it's not a donation.
Okay.
I'm setting it up to be a trust. To be quite frank. I'm setting it up to be a trust where a certain percentage of profit from the company automatically goes to the shelter every year, and then in addition to the shelter, the land is going to be put in a private trust in my name as a family trust, that it will always belong to the shelter in perpetuity.
Gotcha.
There's ways around it. There's really ways around it, because at the end of the day, the main thing that they always try to come after you for when they try to force you to do something is because there's money tied to it.
Right.
So if I'm not a federal 501c3, you can't say nothing. If I'm not taking grants for the state or the federal government, you got no hold on me. You know what I mean? It's what so the only thing you could possibly do is tell me to turn my company over to you. And you got to have a hell of a reason to be able to come in here and do something like that.
Gotcha.
Especially if everything's tied up in the trust, because now you're talking about 10 to 15 years of back and forth in federal court trying to get that trust open and see what's inside and all that. So, yeah, I mean, there's ways around it. It's overly complicated, but it's doable.
I believe you. I believe you.
Yeah, it's overly complicated. The only way that I can see that they could actually really, I mean, if they really wanted to be assholes, is they'd have to pull that line from the Constitution in which the federal government can lay claim that they need your land for something. But even with that, they have to pay you fair market value for it. They can't just take it. So, you know.
Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that either. Damn that. That's why them folks up in Washington got killed. Because they said, no, you ain't having our land.
Now, the only other thing I could possibly see, and I don't know much about it, I'm just throwing it out there because I really don't know, to get the land set up in a system that resembles the Amish.
Oh yeah, that'll be
that's a good point.
Right.
Yeah. So I won't lie, I don't know how to do it, but that thought has crossed my mind. Because that's the only other lock I can see being put on it. So like I said, I don't know enough about it, or how to go about it.
I think you have to support the suspender industry.
Say that again, Zero.
Gotta buy a lot of fucking suspenders.
Hey, hold on a second. I'm sorry. Blaze put something in there. Eminent domain, is that what the Amish fall under?
No. Eminent domain is when the government can just take your shit.
Yeah, exactly. Oh yeah. Well, yeah. I know that, but I thought he was saying that that's how the Amish is doing their thing too.
Oh,
okay,
no,
all right.
No, they're not the government.
I got a question for you, Lawrence.
I think Quakers just have a special place in America's heart.
Well, since day one. Yeah, Akon, you said you had a question for me?
Yeah. How do you feel about the use of marijuana?
In what sense?
Like, would you allow it on your premises?
That's a tricky question. Because if I follow the format that Zero's talking about, where you lay a foundation for rules based on a religious concept, then my answer would be split. Because from a medical perspective, I would say good to go. From a
same with alcohol.
Yeah. You and I talked about that last week. I don't want all that on there. But from a medical perspective, then I would have to say yes, it's allowable. And of course, you were going to have to verify that, of course, without question. But from a recreational use, from a scriptural perspective, even if you do take it, you're not supposed to be taking it like that.
Right.
It's generally something that's done in a tea format or a food format. It's not a smoking thing. So that would have to break down on that particular individual asking me about it in the way he's intaking.
Right. Because I wanted to ask everybody how they felt about, like, let's say Lawrence does allow marijuana usage on his premises, but also, would you be against Lawrence growing marijuana there too and selling it if you could do that?
I would.
Yeah, that's
okay.
tricky.
Goddamn, Aegon. You got some ambitions there.
Well, here's my thing. Right out the gate, Right out the gate, my answer would be no across the board, especially for growing it. Because as we've already clarified, they're not going to be thrilled about us being there. So they will be looking for every reason and opportunity to come bother us.
Yeah.
Even if the state you're in says it's legal, it's not going to make a difference. They're going to be coming to bother you and find every reason and example to do so. So my question is why give them ammunition?
Yeah.
Right. I was just thinking about like the money aspect of it, and also if it's legal, and
Right,
then like I was thinking about
that,
you got a zero.
no, I was going to say distribution ain't got shit to do with using.
But I was just thinking about
Like
the corrupt.
I get where you're going with it. Like,
You're going through a tunnel. Oh, okay. Go ahead, Aegon.
No, I said go ahead.
I was saying like I was thinking about the corruptibleness of the people there, because there's going to be a lot of money coming in if you do sell it, and then if you allow recreational use of it, will that corrupt some of the ideologies you're trying to keep standard there? Because I really think that like this is my opinion right here that
Right, but if the money is for infrastructure,
right. If the money
I was just saying the money is for infrastructure.
It is, but I'm just thinking about like the human nature element with marijuana, and also a place like that. Like it's like if you can use it for recreational use and sell it. I don't like. Is there something I'm missing? Do y'all see?
Yeah. There's no human nature element for marijuana. There's
Okay.
no human nature element for any drug.
Okay, because the same thing with alcohol. Okay,
I mean, is there a human nature element for crack?
Well, not. I'll say human. I also say like tendencies that come with that.
Yeah,
like
I understand that, but a drug is a drug is a drug. Just because it's been accepted by the majority of people doesn't mean that it's like somehow some type of human nature element to it. It's just more popular.
Yeah, and you also have to take in consideration that even though it is technically legal for the most part in most of the country, you still got brothers who are getting pulled over and taken to jail for it.
Right.
Not white dudes, brothers. And that's why I was saying, why even give them the ammunition?
Right. Okay. So
you see what I'm saying? Because here's the beauty of it. They come in. Let's say we're growing it for the sake of argument. Let's say we're growing it like you said, and they decide that they want to come up and they got a warrant to search the premises. They see that you're growing marijuana, and they'll do something stupid like, "Well, you're not allowed to grow this amount of it, or you're not allowed to grow this strain of it." So now you get arrested. In addition to getting arrested, now you got to go fight them in court about it. Fighting them in court is a monetary attack because their game plan is to keep you in court so long that you burn through all the money that's supposed to go to sustaining the shelter that you bankrupted, and then you're done.
Right, hey, Blase, you might want to mute your mic up. Wait, hold on. I think
so. Yeah, so that's why I was saying the thing about not giving them ammunition. Because the same thing can be applied in reverse. If you like say for instance, you've got 100 people there, you're growing your own food. They're going to lay claim from the agricultural perspective that agricultural agents can come in and make sure that you're growing the right type of food. They're going to do that. If you have cows and goats, and let's say you milk the cow in the morning, they'll come in and they'll lay claim that you're selling raw milk, which as far as the government is concerned is illegal. Now they got you on that. So now you got to prove to them that, no, I'm not selling it. It's just we're using it here. Well, it's a damage. I've seen it all. I've seen a white family who had cows, gave raw milk to neighbors, didn't sell it, just gave it to them because they asked for it. They like it. Dude, they have film of nothing but fucking dudes in all black, guns locked and loaded, coming straight at the mom and the kid on the farm.
Wow.
Over raw milk from a cow. Think about this. Over raw milk from a cow. And you're talking about a bunch of black people in the mountains with marijuana, and you think that's good?
Yeah.
I'm just being real, bro.
Right. I was just thinking about right. That is kind of crazy. And realistic, but it would happen. So realistically happen. So I was thinking about like how is the infrastructure of the shelter kept up? Like, is there a cash crop? Like, what type of money Like how
No,
is money?
the company. That's why I created the trust inside the company. Whatever monies that are required will be coming from whatever percentage of profits the company does that goes to the shelter. So like say for instance, okay, I do two types of businesses. Okay. The first one is I do real estate, commercial. Okay. The the average deal on a low level commercial real estate property, I usually make anywhere between $5,000 and $10,000 a deal. All right. On a high end one with a triple net lease, I generally make upwards of 145,000, depending on who I'm doing the deal with. Okay. Now you calculate doing one of each of those deals every month for a year. Then you go into the other part that I do, where I help buy and sell businesses. I'm a broker in that respect. So I get a cut of whatever the sale of that company is. And in some instances, I get residuals, depending on what type of company it is, B2B, oil services, et cetera, and so on. So with that being the case, and having employees who individually can bring in the same thing that I do, being trained appropriately, that's a lot of profit. So if I did something as simple as whatever the gross, well not gross, the net, because after taxes, of course, the net for the year for the company, if I only give something like 5 to 10%, that's more than enough to take care of a shelter, dude. Especially when you got people growing their own food. The houses are already built, so the only real money you're paying is the taxes on the land itself.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Well, I ramble sometimes, so I'm not sure if I got it right. But so I mean, like I said, there's ways around it. The same thing with being out there. You're building a little bit to some degree, not completely, but to some degree. Um, um, Geez, what's the term? Off, not off the reservation. Oh, gee, I forgot the term. I just had it in my head. But you're living and you got your own solar energy, off
Off the
grid.
good.
There you go,
Yeah.
off
Off the
grid. There
grid.
you go, off grid. Yeah. So a good portion of it is off the grid, and the beauty about that is that you can actually make money off the county government because they have tax incentives available in which you are living off the grid, you're doing solar energy, et cetera, and so on. Whatever solar energy you've collected that's left over that you're not using, you can actually sell back to the county and they'll pay you for it in tax incentives, which will offset the tax rates and taxes on the land that you're paying to sell. Because you got to remember, there's two types of taxes on the land. The first one is the land itself, and then they tax you per square footage of all the buildings you have on it.
Mm.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
So then, and like I said, I'm scattered all over the place, but
No.
it's doable. It's
I'm
absolutely
learning.
doable.
I'm actually learning a lot.
And what I'm gonna have to do, what I'm definitely gonna have to do is because I've actually already done the schematics for the area and to some degree some of the blueprints. What I'm going to have to do one day is I'm going to have to share that with you guys so you can visually see what I'm talking about because it helps. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Because talking about it is one thing, seeing it is another.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, but I've been fooling
Yeah, I
around
can't
and
wait to see that. I
yeah.
can't wait to see that.
Well,
Yeah. Yeah.
I got drafts done using Photoshop. The only thing I haven't done is I haven't completed it in a CAD system to do 3D designs. That's what I'm working on right now.
Okay.
So, and that's taken a minute because the last CAD design I ever used was from like 1990 something. I think it was release
Oh
14.
no.
I think it was release 14. So I haven't used it in a while. So it's taken me a little bit to relearn it. But like I said, as far as it goes for flat 2D stuff, I've already done it in Photoshop. I've got that down. But like I said, I want to do it in a 3D format because the 3D format will let you see a little bit better on the spatial geometry of it. And if I can make it work, I want to set it up where you can also like do a walkthrough to one of the buildings so you can see the internal layout.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Did I just zone everybody out and got quiet?
No.
I'm kind of visualizing it.
Well, you got to understand. You got to understand. This is something. In all honesty, this is something I've been working on since 1993.
Are you serious?
I'm dead ass.
93?
Since 1993. My man Gerald Monroe. We served in the military together. He's Army Ranger. My man Lawrence. He does contracting and building. My cousin William. He does carpentry. And my man Jonathan, who does building assessments and land assessments for New York. All of us were in New York City when we first started talking about this. This has been good. This has been a plan since 1993. It's not a conversation. This is a plan.
Oh, okay. Hey, Lawrence, I got one request.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah.
In the building of this shelter, look, can we have a barbershop that look like the inside of this one?
I don't know. I never thought about it, to be honest. I never thought about it. I just been so busy just focusing on just the basic practical stuff that's necessary. I didn't think about all the bells and whistles and stuff like that.
No, I know it. I just had to say something to break the ice.
yeah. But yeah. Like I said, it would be fun to have one for sure.
Oh yeah, most definitely.
I mean, even if we're not cutting hair, sitting in there with a couple of cigars and some brandy wouldn't be a bad day.
Oh yeah. Hey, you talking about brandy? Shoot, some scotch. Shout out to Marco. That 12-year McKellen to do it too.
And hold, I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. Just real quick. Space Cowboy. What you wrote in there about the there you go. Let me know what. Oh, Space Cowboy, dude. You're on speed dial, bro. As soon as I'm done, you and I have been talking back and forth through email. You know I'm sending that to you. You know I am. So when I'm ready, trust me, I'll let you know, bro. I'll definitely let you know. So, but because he and I have been talking about some designs and a system that he's been creating. Okay. I'm definitely as soon as I get the last of it down, it is going to him. No question.
Cool.
No question. And like I said, the only other thing, like I said, is the building part, the physical buildings, you know. But if I've got this figured out right, plus in addition to what Space Cowboy knows how to do, that building time frame should be minimal. It shouldn't take long at all, at least not in the traditional sense. So yeah. And right. I don't know. What is that we're checking for you? Only what?
I don't know if that's supposed to be
only milk.
That's what I thought it was.
It looked like sake.
No, I think it's milk, or maybe sake. No, that's right. He does like sake. It's that rice. It's that rice wine.
No, it's just like rice beer.
Yeah,
I thought it was more like rice moonshine. But
if you really like sake, you get that Hatsumaki.
Mm-hmm.
I've never had sake before. I need to try it. Oh my goodness! I got Skynet in here.
Yeah, Zone popped in. Yeah, okay.
I got Skynet in here. What's going on, Skynet?
Mm-hmm. But like I said, I firmly believe, seriously, and I know this is gonna sound corny as hell. I know it is. But I firmly believe there's a reason Eisen's my brother, and then I firmly believe there's a reason Eisen has introduced me to all of you guys. I truly do. As corny as that sounds, there's a purpose to me in my mind for everything, regardless of what you believe in. There's reasons people come together. You know,
like interest.
I agree with that too.
Like I said, from everything from, I mean, think about all you guys. And what you have, what you know, and what you bring to the table. Pardon for that phrase. But I mean, we got networkers, we got transportation people, we got engineers. Construction people. There's a reason I'm here, and there's a reason I'm sharing this. There's purpose. You know, like I said, as corny as it sounds, that's where I stand on it. So.
No, I can get behind that. The only reason I I don't believe in that is because, I mean, if like there was like purpose and reason to stuff, then why haven't the Minnesota Vikings ever had an offensive line in the whole last decade?
Oh my God, stop it!
Hey, maybe their purpose is to suck for a long time.
I'm just saying. There's no reason for that.
Well, the year they did, Brett Favre threw a pass across his body and got the ball intercepted.
True that. But I'm just saying, for some reason, they keep blaming everything on their quarterbacks and won't get an offensive line to protect them. So if, like, if there was purpose to things, that would solve that.
Well, it's some purpose to people being eternal screw ups. I mean, look at Daryl Morey with my Rockets. I don't need to go any further.
Like Adrian Peterson was like one of the greatest running backs of our time, but he kept fumbling.
Right, because he was the only offensive option. Again, it's just a terrible fucking organization. I don't want to go into sports. I'm just saying that if there was a purpose, then people would kind of like fix some shit up. They know where the O line is.
Well, it's kind
of you want to know what the fucking the Patriots do. Bill Belichick will be driving past the Walmart and see a nigga that's like 375 pounds, grabbing boxes off the floor and tossing them into a truck. And be like, I don't go over there and talk to that guy about football. And then he goes over there and he's like, hey, you want to stop working at Walmart and play some football? And then dude goes like, sure. He's like, hey, let me see, how much can you bench press? He's like, I don't know. I ain't never tried. All right, let's go down to the gym and put some weights on there and lift it. And then he show him, and then next thing you know, they got an O-line with a bunch of niggas you ain't never ever seen before, that all used to work at goddamn Walmart, Sam's Club, and fucking, warehouse number 15, and these niggas end up getting championships. Complete fucking nobodies. Because his scouts is driving around grabbing just giant niggas.
Okay. I'm quiet because I don't know sports. I
think what Zero's saying is like it's a top-down issue. Basically, if you cover all your bases, you should do well. But like a lot of sports organizations that lose for a long time are like companies that don't want to win. Like,
the only thing they care about is making money.
Right. It's kind of like, let's break it down to college. Tulane University. They fucking got a lot of money. Why the fuck don't they win? Because they want certain players to play. The alumni controls the team. We know coaches. I'm sure, like we know coaches throughout our lives that coach middle school or high school. That if they had the endowment of a D1 sports organization, they would have a top 25 program in like 5 years. Because all you gotta do is get recruits and then have a good game plan. But why don't these schools with a whole bunch of money win ever? They just constantly lose because they want to.
Yeah. Okay. I see what you're saying.
They're there for homecoming. They're there just to have a team. The team is like a celebration to them.
That's Minnesota sports.
Okay. It's hard to argue with that.
But to get back to the topic, I was just saying, like, if there was purpose to the shit, then that wouldn't happen. they would correct immediately. Because again, the Patriots don't go fuck. They win championships and they don't rest on their laurels. They keep going to get unknown dudes that you've never seen before and put them on the O-line because they know that them niggas is gonna work for that check.
Yeah.
The check is bigger than the one they got at Foot Locker.
Yeah.
But I know Aegon responded. So what do you think Zero, Blaze, Smooth? Is it something that's viable, or am I just like?
It's very viable, but I think Zero added a point that basically you're gonna have to you're gonna have to vet hard
the
bodies.
The filtering process.
It's gonna have to be
that vet word.
Yeah. You gonna have to filter like hard. The filter.
Hardcore.
The exclusivity will filter a lot for them anyway.
Yeah.
Just having it exclusive, because as soon as you start shaming niggas with exclusivity, they be like, "Fuck that! It's a challenge."
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
That's cool. What about you?
Just give them a badge of honor that they can put on a jacket. That'll really sell it.
Treat it like a Letterman jacket.
No, just a little emblem somewhere that's just like really inconspicuous and shit. And then motherfucker be like, "What is that?" Don't worry about it. It wouldn't be for you anyway.
Yeah.
You know what? You know what though? That is true as hell. That is true as hell. And I can't lie. I've been guilty of that my damn self. So it's true. It's true. What about you, Smooth?
Well, hey, it's definitely viable, and I would do more than anything that I can do to help set this up. But I don't think I'm gonna be able to move in there. I'm gonna have to be one of them weekend niggas at times. I'll be
Oh,
honest off of
He
that.
gonna be like Batman, not a part of Justice League, but come through with the tips.
Come through. Yeah.
yeah.
I'm
Well, I mean,
just gonna be honest. I'm just one of those people that's gonna be like, man, it's weekend, man. You know what I'm saying? This, that,
man,
and the third. Not that I'm gonna be pussy whooped or whatever. That's not the case.
no,
It's
no.
gonna be a thing where it's like, unless I know that okay, it's a 10-week, 12-week schedule and all of that shit. Okay, I could deal with that. But if it was like indefinitely,
Man, I know for a fact more than half of y'all up here helping me is not gonna be there. I know this. I know this. Like like I like 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 I keep saying, like I keep saying, I'm going into this with my eyes wide open. I'm not crazy. I know more than half of y'all that work with me on this or help me figure stuff out. I know y'all not gonna be there. I know it's gonna be like a holiday. You come up for a weekend and you bounce it out. I know.
Hey,
Oh my goodness.
so basically, what he's saying is, hey, pussy undefeated. Y'all
Oh my
niggas ain't
God.
walking away.
Exactly.
Hey, Gon. Marco got
yeah.
a question for you. He said, said to ask you if Kawhi, the greatest, will watch the finals on HD or 4K. Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, I go
Now,
there after I'm done training my
I can
kid.
refrain from pussy now, but not indefinitely. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I go there as soon as I'm done training my kid.
Well, the funny part is, and Eisen said this a couple of times. It's going to be like one of those things where you guys might not be there, but once a year we might have an annual get together.
And the other thing I told him, I was like,
Yeah.
you could pretty much have it like where it be like a retreat or resort for men to bring their boys, and they can have some, be out in the wild doing whatever, learn hunting, fishing, all that type of stuff.
So they can become like seasick.
But see, here's the thing. Here's the thing. When you told me that, I already started designing the building.
Sorry.
I'm serious.
That's cool.
I started designing the buildings, and I started mapping out exactly how much acreage would be necessary to pull
Hey,
that
watch
off.
this. Hey, Lawrence. Hey, look, that's where I'm gonna stay because look, I'm gonna have to go over there and eat my bacon in the morning.
Like I said, niggas show up to the annual gathering every year talking about, man, I'm just like y'all. I be doing the same thing.
Right.
I know, right?
You ain't joined up yet though.
No.
Man, I got a lot of shit going on.
No.
I got a you ain't shit, man. That would be me.
But see, here's the thing. That's the thing about it. The annual get together is invitation only. It's invitation only. See, like for instance, I would send out an invitation to you, MOT, Agon, Zero, so on and so forth. You know what I'm saying? This ain't just for everybody. Like you said, Zero, we got to keep this exclusive. You know what I'm saying? We got to keep this exclusive. So not everybody gonna get that invitation. And then like I said, there's just a couple of people, come on out, what I'm saying, bring your sons, so they could hang out, chill out, what I'm saying, have fun, just be boys without people telling them they can't. You know what I'm saying? So stuff like that. It's a fun thought. And like I said, when Eisen told me that, I immediately my brain started putting together, designing the building. It just happened automatically. It just went there. I just went there with it. So
Wow. Man, that would definitely be like a Disneyland that I would love to take my son to if I'll be able to get him up under his than the mother. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, that would be great. I would even send him there to live there,
Mm-hmm.
but no, I can't do that. But yeah, seriously, that would be a dream.
But I didn't mean to dominate the topic of conversation.
Oh
It's
no,
just
it's good.
it's just that just thinking about the concept of the separation thing and how to go about it, and that's why I was asking the questions I did because
It's
like
natural, man.
yeah.
Yeah, because that separation is necessary. The thing is, yeah,
Oh, okay, it kept
the no
moving.
pussy separation is gonna be difficult.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I mean, it's going to be painful across the board. It's going to be painful creating it and getting it off the ground. It's going to be painful for those brothers who do come in and they're starting it off. It's going to be painful for the community who thinks they should be part of it and they can't. It's going to be painful for the broads who want to so desperately see what's going on behind those walls because they can't get their claws in. It's just gonna be painful. Period.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
I'm thinking about because I know there's gonna be guys that gonna be trying to get vetted in and basically be spies for the women.
And
Yeah.
then, of course, I was
Yeah,
just
that's
going to
true.
say that.
Yeah,
It's going to be those things that's going to be freaking spots for the women. They will come in, oh, brother, I'm so broken. This woman,
but you
this
can
is
spot
me,
those
and all
dudes
of that
easy
stuff.
because they neck roll just like girls.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. You're
Big
not
dick
wrong.
roll.
Yeah. Because like I said, people,
Yo.
because I've had some people like, yo, man, you talking about it on panels, people in the chat and all that, seeing it, you know what I'm saying? They might want to be part of it. I said, look, what you want and what you get are two entirely different things. This is my house. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
Yeah.
I'm being dead ass. Platinum can come up and scream all he wants to. He ain't gonna be there.
Oh
so,
my
Oh,
you
god.
know what
hell
I'm
no.
saying? So, yeah, no, I mean, not, no,
Shoot
I'm
on
not.
sight.
Well, I'm not picking on.
Platinum
I'm
is
not.
shoot on
I,
sight.
well, I'm not picking on him. I'm just, using an example. It could be him. It could be Sir Ism. It could be Beasley. There's a whole list of brothers I've watched that I know for a fact cannot be here. They just can't. And the thing is you got to get out of that female frame and understand this ain't personal. This is business.
Yeah.
This is
That sounds
business
like some
because
incel shit anyway. I fuck bitches.
because like I said, if I do this, whether I like it or not, whether I agree with it or not, I am the lead. And there's no way I can have 40 men there or whatever number it is, and one dude comes in and disrupts the entire thing. That's a reflection on me, man.
Right.
That's a
Yeah.
straight up. I can't put that on nobody because I let them in, and I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that.
Yeah, we're seeing issues with that right now in the manosphere. So I mean, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and that's why I'm watching. Make no mistake, I've been watching. I watch every single person. I look at what they respond to, how they respond, and what they're responding to, and I expect everybody to be doing the same damn thing to me.
Right.
I expect the same damn thing in return. Like I said, I got more years behind me than ahead of me, so I'm working on a limited time schedule here, man. So I'm not, I'm not trying to,
Mm.
I'm not trying to do
Yeah.
all that, and I'm not
No,
trying, and I'm not trying to sit here and try like, and not to be funny, but I'm not sitting here trying to negotiate my own damn surrender. No, sir.
oh no, because you're gonna have a lot of guys that are gonna come in and say, "Oh yeah, we follow your plan," and then they're gonna actually try to take over you.
Oh, that's a given. That's a given. But that's the whole point of building a council and choosing your council wisely.
Well,
Because see, here's the thing. Just because I built it don't mean my word is the final say so. What has to be done is that I am there and there has to be a group of men with me who follow a certain mindset and we create that council. That council oversees how everything works. So whatever I miss, one of them get. Whatever one of them don't get, somebody else will get. It's no different than a board of directors on a company, dude.
yeah.
It's just that you have to choose that board very, very wisely and carefully. And as a matter of fact, the same way you filter the people coming in, they get triple filtered for being on the board.
They're gonna change the town. They're gonna have a board of deflectors.
Board.
But yeah, they gotta be filtered 3 times more than the person who's just coming in to be there, without doubt.
Man.
Without doubt. And like I said, I'm not a fool. It has to work both ways. The same way I can pull down if they're out of line or they're off mark, they have to do the same thing to me. They have to. It has to come a point where you are no longer concerned about your ego and how people think about you. It has to be more about getting the job done.
Right.
And if it's about getting the job done, then you have no problem with being called out. None.
True, because ego is one hell of a drug. Boy.
It is. It is. It absolutely is. It absolutely is. And I spend a long time learning how to keep mine in check. And I still have moments. But at the very least, I'm trying. but yeah.
We're gonna have
But like,
we're gonna have Lawrence like, this is my shit. I'm Bruce Wayne.
Oh my god.
Yep. Yeah. You know, like I said,
I got a question for Zero. Zero, how do
Yeah.
you keep your composure every time you go on Bernard's panels? Because I don't see how.
oh Lord.
Yeah.
Oh, because I don't give a fuck about what the niggas think. That's how. I mean, think about it. Them niggas dumb. The majority of the niggas that come on the panels is dumb. And I'm not saying that from a position of like I think I'm better than they are. They are
It's not
dumb.
smart. It's not smart.
They really are dumb. If you listen to them over a long period of time, which I have, they don't learn anything. They don't get more knowledge. They don't learn anything more than they have over the last, I don't know, fucking decade. They don't, like, let's take Obsidian, for example. He'll go research, not even really research, but he'll go find the most obscure person he can on whatever topic that he's interested in, and he'll keep that in his back pocket for when he tries to have a serious discussion with somebody. He'll throw out that random obscure person's name as if it makes him look more
So you
intelligent.
can be like,
but it doesn't. It's just
who is
some
that?
shit that no one cares about.
Hey guys, I'm sorry.
Right.
I'm sorry, guys. I'll be right back. I'll be a few minutes. Okay.
Cool.
Okay, no
All
problem.
right. But yeah, that's like these niggas be having tactics. Like they have like these little stratagems and tactics, but they don't learn anything. They never learn anything. That's why they keep falling into the same pitfall. That's why they keep doing the same shit over and over again. Because they haven't learned anything. They don't study. They don't really research or study anything. They don't.
They're just trying to get their shit off and do what they
it's
do.
just like on Aegon
Negotiate.
Panel, like one thing I noticed last week was when I went over that executive order, and then when I saw other niggas doing it, I went into their back catalog looking for the last time they had ever went over executive orders, and they haven't. Because I just want to know that I wasn't crazy. I just want to see, am I tripping? Am I crazy? That's what I'm saying. Like the people here, they do wave shit. If they see something pop, they jump on it. It's just like when Game Changer was talking about Unicorn Keisha that day. He was the only motherfucker in this sector that just was like talking about the Danica. And right after his stream, everybody started jumping on that bitch.
Yeah.
Everybody. He's the first person that did it. Everybody started jumping on that bitch. Now me, I didn't take the position he took. Like, I fucked with Game Changer, but I don't take the position he took. And I get where you're coming from, where if it's a chick that's really promoting the pick me shit, we should jump on board with it because it might be a thing that changes bitches' minds. If they see Unicorn Keisha and they want to be like her. But I know she's full of shit. And I know like if promoting that type of bitch is just gonna make the game niggas go, which is like 95% of the manosphere go, ooh, it is possible. I told you. You know what I mean?
Right.
So
Super
when
reset.
you on a panel with these niggas, just understand that they stupid.
Or just full of shit.
Yeah, they dumb.
Yo,
They full of
Zero,
shit.
Zero. How do you know she's full of shit? Like, have you caught her in something or anything?
She's a woman.
What do you mean?
Well, that's one.
Oh,
She's a woman.
Let's check one.
Any chicks that's not
that's
full of
the
shit.
question answered.
When chicks are not full of shit, they get together with other bitches and make action happen. That's how feminists
And make
happen.
yeah.
So
Yeah.
the only way a bitch can show me she's serious is if they get on board with some type of fucking child support legislation or reform. Then I'll know that they're serious. Until then, I don't give a fuck what they talk about. I don't care what they talk about. You bitches ain't serious until y'all show me you serious.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what you can do.
Welcome to the panel zone and checking for you.
Salvation.
Triple I.
Yeah, yes.
How are you doing?
Shut up, Smooth. No one gives a fuck.
No, you shut up. Shut up.
Yo,
man,
that zone algorithm be everywhere.
This is the battle zone.
Oh man.
I don't know, man. But whoever asked that question, like think about it. These niggas, they only like bring up anthropology or biology shit when it's like in their favor.
When it sounds good.
Yeah.
Like,
every animal fuck bitches and humans are just animals. But when it comes to like real anthropology, they'll be like, no, that's not true. That's what these niggas do.
Yeah, you're right.
Yo, no, I noticed that, Zero, because I did bench watch a lot of your stuff, and I noticed when I watched that clown car stuff, you said a lot of stuff that I was like, oh my goodness, wow.
I think I was mad that day. Fuck them niggas.
Yeah, you was angry. You was angry.
I think there was sometime after that whole thing about Obsidian lying on you, wasn't it? After that,
that line. Hey, that lying ass nigga's probably one of my favorite streams from you. Like that. Oh my goodness. I think that was like what 6 or 7 hours.
Like, I think so.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, at least 5, anyways.
Yeah,
hey, Gon, you had something you wanted to bring?
I forgot.
Oh, my bad.
I forgot.
Yeah. But yeah, man, this has been good. You gonna start up a stream, Gon?
I'm gonna wait a little bit. I gotta go run.
Okay.
I keep saying I'm gonna work out, then I stream up, and then
don't happen.
You can stream up mobile, right?
Yeah, but I want to be there.
You can be there. You just stream up. You stream up, and then you put Zoom on your phone, and then go for your run.
But I'm gonna be there the whole time talking.
Yesterday, running.
Yeah, you'll be there the whole time talking on your phone.
Yeah.
While I'm running.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Be out of breath and everything.
Yeah.
You just be out of breath.
You can say some shit out of breath, or you cannot. You can listen in and then chime in every time you hear some shit.
Yo, this sounds like game.
You can have an interactive run.
You gotta go outside, man.
Yeah, that's right. You gotta go outside. And you can mute it up when you start talking to your best friends that you see out there.
My best friends, right?
Just pull out the old
now, you see,
GoPro.
when Kuda showed up on your stream, dog, that shit got live as fuck right away.
Yeah.
No, I missed it. What happened? When was that?
When Kuda did what?
When was that, Zero?
What happened?
Hey, Gon.
We got the band back together. It got live as shit like instantly.
Oh, Kuda came on my stream for like about 20 minutes before. Like a couple of days ago.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, I missed that one.
And then he left and went back to the Game of Spear.
Yeah, he's trying to switch up now, though. I guess he's trying to like reformat who comes to the streams now because he noticed that like the dedicated folks then like basically just said deuces, we out.
I listen to some of it. I listen to this shit most of the time. Like so I just listen to because some motherfuckers be on there that I don't know. Like for instance, GA Boy. I got a problem with that nigga still. He still try to throw shots and shit all the fucking time. So if his dumbass gonna keep getting on panels, he fair game. Because he's not a content creator, but he keep hopping the fuck up on panels. So I'm only here for the discussion. No, you're not. As soon as you hop your ass up on a panel and start giving your opinion, you're no longer here for the discussion.
Yeah. Definitely. Oh yeah, I found out what I want to say.
Okay.
About man, he was debating Mike Shinner yesterday and a couple other people, and it was hella sad, man.
Over at Teapots.
Yeah, it was sad because it was like, dang, yo, like he don't got no direction and he trying to make it so bad. He wants to, he wants to find. He's basically put himself in a corner to be the 50 Cent. of this sector, so he could always be against something and have somebody to argue with.
Right. He got to pick a lie and
though.
stick with it. That's what he got to do. I keep saying that, but he got to pick a lie and stick with it, just like Perfume did. You pick one and you stick to it, and you got to like convince yourself to believe it. You got to almost be like in some lawyer shit.
And you know that's hard because of the simple fact.
That's why women are so good at that shit.
It's hard because of the simple fact here. When you start lying, you start telling other lies to cover up the lie you forgot about that you just told.
Right, but that's what works. What works is picking a lie and sticking to it.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, you got to be able to do the shaggy. Hey, it wasn't me.
Even if you know you wrong, just fucking stick with it and be like, yeah, man, but I believe it.
His Mixer streams be hilarious though.
I don't know. I don't go over there, so
he's an entertaining cat, man.
He's hilarious though. I mean, well, actually, but I mean, you're gonna go to Mixer, but most likely you're gonna end up in his Zoom panel though, because Mixler be acting up sometimes though.
But like when you think about it on some real, let's think about it on an outside perspective.
Okay.
It's a beautiful storyline to see a one cat, aka Kevin, hype up Obsidian to disrespect his whole fan base because he basically played on his ego.
Yep.
Because Obsidian always felt like he was better than niggas, but don't got the credentials. Where Kevin feels like he's better than niggas and somewhat does, but he really just a try hard.
No, I was about to say no, he don't.
He a try hard because he wants to be a bourgeoisie by basically he's new money or trying to be, and he hyped up Obsidian with his I'm better than you type mentality to disrespect his own audience to basically like get his shit off, and then he backed off and then just stayed in the backgrounds while Obsidian he just left hand in the bag. So I want to see how he gonna get out of this shit.
Yeah, that's gonna be interesting.
He ain't gonna get out of that shit.
Yeah,
he ain't getting out of that shit.
As soon
as I saw Perfume take off, I was like, it's a wrap. And then I saw Tia Johnson. Didn't he go on this shit? One of them.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, so it's a wrap, man. Yeah, it's a wrap.
Tia Johnson went on Kevin's.
Yes. And the title was about something gay or
Why you think I don't care about like the whole PhD shit? I do respect motherfuckers who went to school and got it, but it doesn't mean anything in the long run.
I concur with Zero saying though. Like
I fuck with Tia Johnson, but Carter G.
I have no idea who it is.
Yeah, he's always been kind of so though with me though. Like I listen to his streams and stuff, and I follow him on Twitter, but yeah, he ain't really coming with like that fire though.
I mean,
I like the dude, but you gotta understand, people are men. They're men first. The men first before that PhD. So whatever, like you can get educated and get, like for instance, I go get a doctorate in computer science, but that doesn't mean that I would be, whatever. I mean, you got a doctorate in social science, but if he's still on the wrong side of, not even the wrong side, but if you're on the side of, at the end of the day, if you're on the side of pussy, what does that mean?
Right, he's going to go to the original objective and turn on everybody.
Right. So like I said, I do respect people who went to school and got their education and excelled in it in that way and got a doctorate, but that doesn't mean shit if you still, pussy first.
I don't even see myself getting a doctorate. Hell, I'm getting a master's.
But it's like what's the dude Carter G. Woodson, like what he said, like I think he was the dean of Howard, and he talked about like how he didn't trust black academics. He said because we're here to solve a problem, but in academia, y'all niggas go for the money.
Yeah, but I mean it's Howard though. I mean he's surrounded in money and like sellouts and all that bullshit though.
Right, but they ride off of trying to solve a problem though. And
they pretend that they.
That's what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is that there's guys like Tia Johnson who basically will be amongst that. He's not the only one who really want to solve a problem, and the objective of the school is to, but the actions aren't. The actions aren't. So they're gonna have a fork in the road to come across. Are we gonna make this money, or I'm gonna go against the people that I got educated around, or I'm gonna be working with?
Right, because I mean, academics at the end of the day, They're just like politicians and lawyers. You know, they're they're looking for like the best deal though.
The best deal though.
Well,
I'm back.
okay, yeah, well,
lawyer,
yeah,
yeah,
let's
waiting
go
for
with
me.
that. Yeah, the best deal though.
I mean, yeah, it can be. It's valid because they look for the best deal to get fucked by the gynocracy.
I'm back.
All right,
Can,
all right,
can,
on.
can everybody hear me?
Yes,
Yeah, we can
sir.
hear you.
hear
Yeah,
you.
yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
Sorry. I just came in. I'm looking at the chat. Well,
But like,
so provider PhD is useless. Yeah, I got one. That's true. Hey, I ain't gonna bullshit about it. I got one. It ain't worth shit. Not in the real world
I
anyway.
remember BGS called a PhD a degree to hustle. Basically,
Well,
like
Pretty much what it is, because I mean, you didn't learn all that stuff to like for your dissertation, and you just learned how to just bullshit your way through.
bottom
Well, I
line.
think it depends on the person who got it. Like that's why I keep saying I can't disparage people who went to school and got doctored up. It's just that if you still pussy first, it's not going to help you. But if you legit care about what it is that you study, yeah, you're going to
Right.
have like a different insight on what it is that you're trying to do. You have a better way of going about doing things. But again, if you just got that shit so you could have more credibility when talking about hoes, then no.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah.
first,
Well,
Credibility
right
when
here,
talking
man.
about
well, that's true.
this
Well,
guy,
yeah.
bro.
Well, I mean, that's true. I mean, because like mine is in philosophy. But let's be real. What am I using that for?
right.
And don't get me wrong, I didn't pick it to pick up chicks, because you definitely ain't gonna pick up no chick with philosophy, that's for sure. I did it because I had a love of it. But realistically speaking, when you look at the full scheme of things later on, I mean, it's worth nothing. Yeah, I mean, no corporate agency gives a fuck about you studying Socrates. I mean, I'm being honest about it.
You want to
So
know what's
Right. But so
I'll
your
let him
degree
know.
would have helped you as a lawyer,
as a lawyer and a
like
teacher,
infinitely. Yeah. Because that's what lawyers use, the Socratic method. That's what law, the institution,
yeah,
uses.
yeah,
So
absolutely.
yeah, I mean, again, it does help, but it's just one of those things where if you are still pussy first, at the end of the day, no, it doesn't help you because
No, it doesn't help.
you're gonna bend the knee to the pussy, and everything that you know doesn't mean anything because all hoes got to do is call your bluff with the pussy, and it's over.
Exactly. And the
It's
thing
like
with the
you ain't
and the
getting
thing
none.
yeah, and the thing with the lawyers is that in all honesty, if you look at the full scheme of things, to some degree they kind of cheat.
Yeah, they do.
because with normal PhDs, you got your associates, well, if they still around, bachelor's,
We
master's,
are.
doctorate, dissertations, etc., and so on. But with an attorney, all you have to do is get a bachelor's in anything, and then it's just straight jumping from there, going over to law school, and
I'm
then you
gonna
get your
stem from.
and then,
I'm gonna.
and then you get your Juris Doctorate.
I'm
So
gonna stem from what you're talking about because I've been to law school and like most law professors have probably like no more than like basically just an LLM or a
yeah,
master's degree.
yeah,
Some and this is most likely the emeritus might have a PhD or a doctorate, or they probably went to like some foreign country and got themselves a LLD, which is basically a doctorate of laws, which is just more is basically the same thing of a bachelor's of law and a master's of law, but you're just more skilled in that particular just the overall rhetoric
right,
of
right.
constitutional law. It's just bullshit though.
Yeah, because I went to Boston University for like 1 year, and I started out in pre-law, and dude, after half of the first semester, I was out.
I
I mean,
I almost
I was out. I mean,
I
I was
almost
out. I couldn't do it.
it's weird though because
Why? What?
I almost went to Boston College for law school.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That
I
would have
mean
been interesting.
BC, BU. I mean, I understand the competition.
But Lawrence, you seem pretty
Yeah.
smart. Why was you out?
Because here's the funny thing: when I sat in there the first time, the professor had told all of us to take a look at each other. He didn't even introduce himself yet. I want all of you to look at each other and then look at me. And we did. And then he said, I want to welcome all of you. He said, before I go one step further, I want to explain something inherently important to you sitting in this class. If you are here to study law, welcome. If you are here seeking to study law for the sake of justice, you're in the wrong place. I was like, holy crap.
You kept it
Law
icy
school
with you.
fucked up, man.
And then he said point blank, justice has nothing to do with the law. He told us that. He told us that to our face. And I sat there for half a semester, tried to go through it, and then I looked at how he was giving case law studies, et cetera, and so on, and I was like, "Oh shit, he's right." And I remember the day I told him I'm out. He looked at me. He said, "There's nothing wrong with that." He said, "But you got to understand, justice and law don't go hand in hand. They just
that's
don't."
that's a part of the reason why I walked out after a year, because it's bullshit. Because I mean, pretty much a lawyer is the same as a prostitute and a politician.
Basically.
Yep.
Basically.
Yep. Bottom line.
Hey, no, I kind of feel the same way in special education, because that's what the field I'm in. And at first, I was like, okay, I'm in special education to help the kids get to the level they need to reach at. But once you're really in it, you figure out it's really about helping the bureaucracy get more federal money.
Mm-hmm. And the funny part is that from an educational perspective, the professor was right. But the really, really, really funny thing was, before I even decided to go do that, my cousin William told me point blank, why would you even want to study a system that was never created for us, meaning black folk? And I was like, and then like I said, after that half a semester, man, I was like, yeah, I can't do this. And those words from William stuck in my head.
There is a reason for it, but it's certain fortitude you gotta have for it.
Agreed.
Because if you don't,
you're absolutely right.
If you don't, because there's some people that could basically do that shit and not think second about it, and they're good people. But there's other people that like me. It tolls on me that I can't do. I can't be wrong and win $1 million from somebody because I interpreted the law better and feel good that I did that. Like I'll probably drink myself to death.
Mm-hmm.
But like I know some people that could live like that.
Yeah, but Aegon, think of it this way, right? You got morality and shit like that is man-made.
Agreed.
So again, what you're thinking about, that's part of conditioning. So it's not that they interpret law or anything better than you. It's the fact that they understand that morality, justice, and all those things are separate. None of those things have anything to do with any. They don't have anything to do with each other.
Exactly.
I'll put it that way. So I mean, morality, as we all know, is fucking dictated by people who win. Whoever wins the war dictates morality, and then justice and all the rest of it is derived from that. So the justice is based on whatever morality has been dictated by whoever won.
Exactly.
So
and the thing about that, Zero, I understand all that, but it's like this. If I need to chop somebody's head off, I'll hand the sword to my friend. I'm not gonna. I can't do it, but I'm gonna get somebody that can do it. Like I know it needs to be done. You know what I mean?
Like,
I'm willing.
You've already done that. All right, let's look at it from a philosophical perspective, right? You get a job, you have to compete for that job. The job that you have now, you competed with somebody to get that job. By you getting that job, you deprived somebody else of resources.
Right.
That person that you deprived of resources has probably failed at life. You've effectively cut their fucking head off. You just didn't do it directly with an axe.
Agree. That's what I'm saying.
How is that any better?
The visual.
The visual, right?
It goes back to what you guys were talking about earlier. Your what is it? Testestral, like fortitude. I don't even know if I said that right though.
Intestinal fortitude. Yeah.
It's that
intestinal.
Actually, it's used both ways. I've heard intestinal fortitude and I've heard testicle fortitude.
Yeah, your intestinal fortitude. It goes back to that though, like, because being in law school, it's gonna test that. And
yes, it is.
And then you left in like a semester. I left in a year though, and it was just like, man, this is just downright straight up and down 360 degrees bullshit.
Yeah. Especially, and I know you saw this when they started giving case laws, breaking down how people who, without question, there was no doubt whatsoever that person was guilty, but because of a particular aspect of the law, they get to walk free. I couldn't do that, man, and that's why he was telling me. That's why he told all of us, if you're here for justice, you're in the wrong place. because it's not going to happen.
It's like this. It's like this. There's a lot of Southeast Asians who would eat dogs before they go vegetarian. I can't do that. I'm going vegetarian first.
That's true.
A lot of them don't have no. They don't have that. They don't have no intestinal fortitude, though. I mean, they're just all about. They put on them blinders, and they're just thinking like, I need to make money. I need to make a living. That's in everything that they do.
Mm-hmm.
I completely understand. It's like me, for what I know happens in like my country. I can never work in the diamond industry. I can't, discourage anybody else to work in the diamond industry, but I couldn't do it.
Yeah,
the blood diamonds and shit. Though I mean,
right, I couldn't do it. But
yeah, zero. You right 110%. That's why I don't like be like that nigga ain't the person ain't shit for doing that. But I saw it like this. I personally can't do it because I have been conditioned to feel shame for doing that. But I see the power that needs to be grabbed there, so I'll hire somebody else to do it.
But also to Zero's point, am I wrong because I like to buy diamonds too? Because if I'm buying diamonds, I'm also contributing to the same thing.
And see, here's the thing, Blase, picking up off what you just said, that depends on each individual's moral objective at the end of the day. How do you morally within yourself deal with those choices? And I mean, and that's really what's going to come down to individually, regardless of what you buy, regardless of what career you choose. It's going to come down to your moral imperative on where you stand working within that. I mean, the same thing could just easily be said about the financial districts and industries and the baking industry. Look, we know they rob people all day, every day. But do you have the moral imperative to not be part of it, or are you going to be okay with being part of it, knowing how it's going to work as long as you get yours? You know what I mean?
There's just that level of just turning it on and turning it off. I can see why a lot of lawyers do commit suicide, and a lot of them become drunks or substance abusers.
And no different than cops.
Yeah.
No different. No, I've seen it. I've got cousins.
I got relatives who are law enforcement though. Hell, I almost became law enforcement. I've seen. Yeah, when those guys go out and they go party, they go hard.
Yeah, because I got an uncle, sort of like a father figure for me over the years. Not a major one, but one. He retired lieutenant detective, homicide and vice, Atlantic City Division, North New Jersey. I watched him.
They keep bottles around.
I watched him. I got another uncle who did Vietnam and became a cop. Kept that bottle everywhere. He always had something on him. He always had something on him.
That's why I say, like, I was talking to Zero in the chat. I don't know if you was trolling or not, Zero. I was like, yo, the intangibles do matter, even though the tangibles mean more. But there's things that we can't see that are going to need outlets. That's why I be like, you smoke, you drink. I don't hate you for it because it's something in you that you need. I wish you find a different way to get that outlet differently, like through working out or find a different expression because you're hurting yourself. But at the end of the day, the shit that you go through gonna come out one way or another. And
but here's the crazy part, though. Here's the crazy part. If you don't have an outlet based on what you just said, you get ridiculed by your peers. Because I served for a couple of years as a fraud investigator under Annette Carrington in New York when Giuliani was in office. Annette Carrington? Yeah, she was my boss.
I'm playing around.
Oh, okay. Well, okay.
I was trying to get my fraud examiner.
Yeah, but I worked as a fraud investigator for her.
Lawrence, why did that sound like a fake job, yo?
What?
It's not though. I mean, that's just real.
Let me tell you how fake it is. I shut down more than half the nonprofits that ran in the 5 boroughs of New York City.
It's a funny name. I'm a fraud investigator.
No, not at all. Not
there's
every
there's a
every police.
certification for it, though. I mean,
Yeah.
there's a fraud examiner certification. I mean, specifically for that, though.
There are departments within there are sections within police departments where they're just for fraud, whether it be art, counterfeit money, whatever have you made. They're real, dude. They're real. But I work specifically for her, and the point I was trying to make is that you talking about having an outlet. I had peers who would get upset with me because none of my outlets were drinking, getting high, or doing dumb shit. You actually get ridiculed to some degree. So I get what you're saying about having outlets and stuff like that. But if you're somebody who's even killed or found something a bit more positive for an outlet, like you said with gyms and stuff like that, the other ones who don't actually take it out on you.
I agree. I have noticed that a lot of skilled tradesmen in my city, like my dad was one, uncles as police officers, stuff like that. They drink hard, you know, like these guys work hard as shit in the sun, build shit. You would think they have like tip top shit bodies, but they don't. They have guts and stuff. Like they drink, they go for, and I'm wondering what where's that come from? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, you walk around cracking jokes about cops with donut bellies, but it's probably alcohol.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, for real.
Yeah, it's like where's that? That's coming from something. Like something they're taking in is stressing them out to the point where they just keep drinking or they just keep eating, and then it's for years, and then they stuck in that loop.
Well, some of them see things, man, that the mind can't unsee, bro. I mean, I've talked to a lot of retired cops, man, and you know they'll talk about one or two particular cases that they can't shake, no matter what. And heaven forbid if it's something that involved a child, they're just broken. They're just broken, and I can't get mad at them for being broken over that. There's just some things that the human mind should not see. It just shouldn't, you know.
Yeah,
that's true. Even in the community, a lot of these super gangsters and thugs. If you find out what happened to them when they was young, boy.
Man, I've seen some of the hardest thug dudes break down after seeing something happen to a kid. I mean, seriously. I mean, you're talking about I'll kill anybody in my immediate presence and do it. But he'll see something he'll walk into a room and see something that happened to a kid that was killed or something like that. I mean, it might as well be a 12-year-old kid crying. They break down, and that's what I'm saying. The human mind was never meant to see a lot of the stuff that we do, especially working in those fields. You know, right? And the same thing can be applied the same way it can be applied to lawyers and cops. It can be applied to doctors.
Oh yeah. My cousin, she's a pediatrician for a couple of years, and she gets really heartbroken when she sees kids that she can't help because their parents don't have insurance.
Yeah, it's not just about insurance. Think about this. All three of those groups that we just named are on the front lines of seeing the most disgraceful aspects of any humanity towards humanity.
Yeah.
Every damn day. You're not going to tell me that doesn't affect you mentally. I mean, there's no way. That's what I'm saying. It's just the mind was never meant to see things like that. The depravity. You know what I'm saying? The madness.
You're 110% right. Even, every day in my field, I see kids that their brains are literally messed up because they parents decided to smoke crack, and now you got a sixth grader with a mind of a kindergartner.
Yeah. Or my personal favorite, my personal favorite, a sixth grader who's taking on the life of being a grown ass adult because the other adult is so high.
Oh yeah. And then when I talk to some of their parents, like you have to call in and check their parents every time. Their parents is a lot like dumber than they are. Like I called one, I wanted to talk to him because his daughter didn't get on her Zoom because I have to teach through Zoom. And basically what he does is he's like, oh, she don't stay with me no more, so I'll give her to the grandmother. And the grandmother don't speak English. But he's the legal guardian.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, and it's crazy. It's really crazy,
And what I think I'm sorry, but what really gets me mad is I really can't say what I really want to say to him.
Yeah, I know that's the hard part. That's the hard part because like I've seen parents come up to schools, man, and I mean they in poom poom shorts, rollers in their hair, and it's always mothers, and you can see that you got a kid who's doing good. They're solid in school. They're busting their ass to get it right, be successful, etc., and so on. And the parent pretends they care, but they don't because all they're doing is they're riding the coattails of the kid. Because if the kid becomes successful, manipulate them into getting profit out of it. You see what I'm saying? It's no different. It's no different than watching football players with their mom and dad standing right there, and they think they mom and ignore their dad.
Right. The dad is the one that helped him.
Yeah, it's insane because I'm pretty sure your mom
Like
wasn't
Kevin
out there.
Durant.
Yeah, I'm pretty
Like
sure your
Kevin
mom wasn't
Durant.
out there throwing fastballs at you. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's just crazy. Oh wow, Eisen. I'm sorry, man. It's 2
No,
hours.
you good. I'm letting y'all rock. Hey,
Oh, okay.
hey, zone. Don't pay no attention to zone, man.
Zone.
No, man. I got
what
coffee and water going through me. I've been up and going to the bathroom, man.
what did Zone do?
I thought you was talking about because of what Zone put in the chat.
Hold on.
I've been.
Oh wow, I missed that. Okay, I missed that. Okay.
I've been up ever since MOT stream yesterday.
Oh dang!
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got like probably 3 or 4 hours of sleep, and then yeah. I'm wired I'm wired a little different though.
Yeah, I knew I had to check out. I went over to Agon's for a little while, and matter of fact, I played a game when y'all was talking with Private General, and then I was like, I said, man, I'm done.
I was hoping that like I could at least like get some game time in, but like I mean, they started talking that stuff though, so like I mean, I was like, okay, what is this guy talking about?
Yeah, Hey, I'm sorry for that. I didn't try to go at him. I was just really trying to listen to what he was saying. I really want to argue with people online, so I was just listening to him.
No, I mean, all of us, we were all listening to him though, and it was just like we're all trying to connect the dots. But I mean, that's a different stream. That's in the past.
Yeah,
we're moving forward though.
Yeah,
I don't even know what you're talking about,
man. Hey, Hey, look, I'm I ain't gonna lie. I tuned out.
That's why I mentioned that. I was like, I see me, you, and Blaze checking was like that too, and then we let him rock for like 3 hours, and he was like, I'm gonna holler at you after you left. Ace, and I was like, okay, now it's time for us to have like a real conversation, so we could we let him get his stuff off, and then we're gonna show him who he really is, so he can know not to do this no more. And it was just like he was just digging himself a hole like the whole time, like he just couldn't be wrong about nothing, and he just knew everything about tax codes and laws and history.
What was this?
Yeah, what is this?
Agon's after MOTs last night.
Yeah, Private Foster. It's like he's a game dude undercover. Like, and I was trying to get him to, and Timothy Johnson was like sticking up for him, and it was like he was like on that. Oh man, Lauren, she would have been perfect. You know them New York God body niggas.
That shit was fucking.
Well, if you remember from before when he was talking about all that patriarchy bullshit, and Lauren said, "Ain't no patriarchy here. It ain't ever been one since we got here."
Yes, I did.
He was like, well, he was trying. So look, he tipped out real quick after that.
Yeah. I forgot about that.
And then put that bullshit in the back chat.
I forgot about that. I completely forgot about that. Man, streams are bleeding together in my head. I keep forgetting.
Hey, I try to be like Marco. I don't forget shit.
Yeah, but I remember that. He was, because after I said all that, he said, "Oh yeah, you're right, 10-4 over and out," or something like that. something like that. I can't remember what it was.
Yeah, they said that 10-4 shit.
But
streams are bleeding together because these niggas keep saying the same shit.
Yeah.
Just like our bitch keep nagging. She keeps saying the same shit over and over and over again.
Yeah.
And just keep wearing you down.
That's what they do. Well, that's why I have moments when somebody say something to me. I'm always like, I'm sorry. What are you talking about? I'm not trying to be an ass. I honestly don't remember. Because there's been so much and so much stuff is going back and forth. Now the thing with Private Foster and the tax thing, that might be because he's done the UCC1 thing where he's a sovereign citizen or something like that.
Yeah, that was where I was drawing my correlation though, because I was like, yeah, he's on that 5%er more type stuff though.
Yeah. Oh, that I didn't know about. I didn't know about the Moore thing. That I didn't know about that. But the sovereign,
I mean, who him and Timothy Johnson were talking about were basically your typical like sovereignty like type of motherfuckers though, who are like fucking Moors and they 5%ers and all that bullshit though. I was like, you're not telling me nothing new though. I've seen their stuff before.
Well, like I said, the first time I ever heard him on MOTs and I was listening to what he was saying, I recognized it. And that's why I had asked MOT to give him my email because I wanted to know more about it. Because I do know that the UCC1 is capable of giving you that sovereign citizen status. But what I didn't know is what you're telling me about the 5% or more. That I did not know. I didn't know that about him.
That was the agenda part behind what he was talking about.
Ah, okay. That must have been on a different stream because he didn't do that.
No, that was on the same. That was on the same stream. It was just I was trying to bring it out.
Oh, okay.
See, I
totally missed that.
And smooth was smooth. You know, being smooth. You know, he's doing his smooth stuff though. So it's like he's asking like,
tell me more. Tell me more.
I'm like, tell me more, chair, man. Smooth's asking the questions. I'm like, fuck it. I'm kicking a chair. I'm like, I'm done, man.
Okay, but you know what happens when something is easy to do and effective? The fucking numbers grow by leaps and bounds.
Right.
As far as that sovereign citizenship goes, all it is a bunch of people trying to escape from American legal responsibility. And this shit ain't gonna happen. Even if you're a sovereign citizen, none of that's gonna help you. You still subject to American law because you live here.
That is true. That's true.
I mean, I just, and this is why them fucking numbers ain't gonna grow. Because once people realize that, they go, oh.
Well, there are certain, at least from what I've studied, there are certain aspects of it that you can, I guess, for the lack of term, shake off some of the shackles, but it's not enough to be anything of considerable value per se. You're still subject to the laws of the republic, and let's make no mistake, this is a republic, not a democracy.
Right.
People still get that confused. So you're still subject to the republic and all that entails, whether it be the gynocentric laws, feminism, taxes, legal requirements, whatever you may, you're still subject to them.
And that's what I was saying though. It's like regardless of everything, you still pay a tax. But he was like, no, like regarding his charges. And I was like, oh, so what you so basically you found a loophole in the system to like bypass your wrong.
So basically, there are no loopholes for America.
And then this is where I got him. I was like, so and I noticed he didn't agree or disagree. And I was like, so that means you still wheel and deal in the stuff in which you did. They caused those like 3 cases, and then that's where Timothy Johnson came up and he was like, "Oh, you getting personal and stuff like that." I'm like, "Hey, man," I'm trying to understand this guy, man. This guy,
but Timothy, how is Timothy gonna get mad when he's the one that said it? I mean, Private Foster was the one saying that he got caught with these drugs, he got caught with coke and all this other stuff. Like nobody else brought that out of him.
Dude, that's a total different stream than I was on because the one I was on with MOT, there was none of that conversation.
Hey, look, and what you missed last night, Lawrence, was look, you heard this. That right there let me know. This mug, let me know. Hey, look, when you on live stream and say, "Hold on, let me spark up this blizzy." You don't give a fuck.
Well, he must have came on after I said goodnight to everybody.
No, you just missed it, man. He did that on MOTs, man.
You missed
Was that before I came on?
No, that was while you was there. When we was laughing about when MOT did that them chicks, he was going from state to state and all that, and during all that stuff, he did it then.
Yeah.
Oh wow! Then I totally zoned him out because I know
he wasn't saying anything though.
Because the last thing I remember, MOT was getting ready to click Florida, and you called out my name. That's the last thing I remember. Lawrence, we getting ready to go to Florida. Where Lawrence? And that was and next thing I knew, I was snoring. I was gone.
Yeah, but yeah, he did it then because I was down. You could hear the lighter and everything. Boy, I was rolling. I had to hit the mute on my mic.
I missed that. I that went totally over my head. Maybe it's when I got up and walked away.
To him, I damn near like fell half asleep though. But I was like, wait a minute. I mean, this guy. I mean, I was just kind of listening to him. I was like, wait a minute. I mean, this guy, how he's talking, how he explains everything. I was like, I'm trying to connect the dots. I'm like, what's up with this guy? So like, I was like, okay, let me test this guy. I was like, let me check this guy. So like, I checked him to just to understand like where he's coming from, and then he was on that like bullshit. And then that's when I was like, hey, Aegon was talking to him. I was like, Aegon, play this link, man. Play this link in the private chat. And I even posted it in the regular chat. And that's when Aegon was trolling his ass though with that shit though.
Mm-hmm. What was his name? What was his name on Living Color? What was it was Damon Wayans' character. When that guy that be in prison, he'd be like the manifestations of the correlation, the derelation.
Yeah. And you have to understand the clitoral max of requirement.
Right.
Yeah. I remember.
That's exactly how he was sounding. I was like,
wow.
I was like, dude, cut it down, man. I was like, you got to be more concise, man. Get straight to the point, man.
No, remember when he brought up to plead his case, he brought up Jordan Maxwell.
Man, I must have really zoned the hell out. I don't remember none of this.
He brought up.
I think that was later on Aegon's.
It was later on.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I didn't go to Aegon. I left during MOT.
Right.
Yeah.
It started.
He went over to Aegon's along with like Timothy. And they were just kind of just coasting in, probably with like one extra person. And it was just like,
well, why was Timothy coming to his defense?
Because he believes in that type of stuff, and he like that 125th Street God body shit, arm, leg, arm, head, that stuff. That that Sinetta type stuff.
Arm.
It's like he wanted to believe it.
Arm, leg, like
arm, head,
like head. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Basically, what spells out Allah though, but
yeah. Well. I will say this. Thank you very much for sharing that information. So I know how to appropriately respond and deal with him now.
Like Lawrence, the reason why I say it because it's the prison niggas that got locked up and got forced to read by the white man, so they came out with all this knowledge in 10 years.
You're talking about jailhouse attorneys. That's what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, they go in and they study a couple of law books and they think they can be somebody's attorney.
They read one law book and then read a whole bunch of fucking African history and then think they can take on the world.
Yeah, I didn't know he was. I didn't know he was that bad.
He came across this one particular like tidbit that helped him out, and unfortunately, he's probably still doing what he does on the side, but yet he uses this particular law, and he does it in a particular fashion. And I notice as he's like reciting it because he's got it all memorized inside his head. Because when they give him the forms, he's writing it out. He's got it all memorized in his head. It's all, man, that shit's cerebral though.
Yeah. Having it memorized in your head has nothing to do with executing it.
True.
I mean, it was. I was like, oh my God. I was like, I'm like, damn.
No, damn. I mean, I tried to be funny.
I almost broke my glass table. Damn. that I'm at though, like listening to this guy, I was like, I was smashed my head, my fist around on this table that I'm like on right now, and I was like, damn, Aegon, why did you post your link in the fucking chat?
Yeah. Okay, because like I said, having it in your head, cerebral. Like I said,
No. I mean,
I've got
the type of characters though.
Yeah, because it's dangerous. Because just because I have a lot of law in my head doesn't mean I can be a trial attorney. You know what I mean? It don't mean I can stand in front of a judge and present a case. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
No.
So, yeah.
Just because I like Grey's Anatomy don't mean I can be a doctor. So
exactly.
I mean, I like that type of stuff though, but it's like, I mean, if you're just coming with this straight bullshit, and this guy, and I called him out, I was like, you're a bullshit artist, man. You're a bullshit artist.
Hey, and people like that, when I hear them talk, man, I quickly start tuning everything they got to say out quickly.
See, but this is what triggered Timothy Johnson when I started saying that. See, that's that nigga shit. He didn't like that type of shit.
Oh no.
That's that nigga shit right there.
Well, that's why I asked, because to the best of my knowledge, I've never seen Timothy Johnson come to the defense of anybody.
I've never seen this guy ever.
Like, it's no ill will on Timothy. Timothy just wanted to believe him. It's kind of like you're
talking about the hope factor, is what you're talking about.
Yes, because the thing is that, like, okay, I think you're a different generation. You're a different generation than me. I know a lot of cool ass niggas from New York that I like, but they want to believe that esoteric shit because it's like a part of their culture. Because they probably got like they got like uncles and aunts, and they got uncles, aunts, cousins. They deep in that shit. So you'll be cool with them, and they be some smart cats. But then as soon as you get to fucking history, they be like, "Yo, man, you know the Vikings was black, and this person was black, and this person had sex with this person, the black germ, and this germ is that
everybody
type of
importance is black."
Yeah, and it's like the white man made the black germ, and the germ went red, and then you bought a blue version, and then you could evolve Charizard and shit like that. You'd be like,
yo, they exist out there in the world, man. You be like, God damn, man.
I know they exist. I've come across a few in my lifetime. I think we all have, to be honest. Yeah. I think we all have. But I did not know he was on that level. Wow.
Yeah, it's sort of like when it's sort of like those a grown adult that wants to believe Santa Claus is real, and you keep trying to prove to him that Santa Claus is not real, and he still wants to believe it.
Even if Santa Claus stood in front of you and said, "I'm not real," he's still gonna.
The only thing that's going through my mind is how the hell did these guys find MOT?
I don't know,
because it goes back to something Eisen and I were talking about before. I don't want to go too much into it because I'm not ready to talk about it yet. But MOT is building, and he's building in a fashion that, without doubt, is going to be profitable and successful. There's no question to that.
So
he's
along for the ride.
Exactly, that's what you got. So they come up here with this esoteric, intangible stuff in their head, thinking it's going to make them sound important, or somebody that should be part of this, as if they're someone of value, but not realizing that MOT doesn't even co-sign on that.
Talking about this shit last week.
MOT and I have a lot in common when it comes to the whole thing about separation, building a society. And even with that, we have a lot of things that we don't see eye to eye on. And I'm telling you, if MOT is going to sit there with somebody who's partially in line with him, myself, and tell me I'm full of shit, he ain't got no chance. I mean, I don't know what he's thinking. Yeah, I don't know what he's thinking that's going to work.
Hey guys, we was just talking about this shit on your stream. No, seriously. We was talking about this shit on the stream where it's a bunch of people around him that believe different shit than he do, just like it was with BGS and a bunch of other people where they don't believe the shit you're talking about. They don't respect your ideas. They don't give a fuck about what you're talking about. They just want to be there. So they just around.
Yep.
waiting for some shit to happen.
And it's going to be that
or they waiting to try and get in there and change your mind some kind of way.
And it's and my personal favorite, they have a 5-minute conversation with you, and just because they had a 5-minute conversation with you, they swear they have ownership on helping what you created.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh
If it wasn't for me talking to you for 5 minutes, you wouldn't have had this. No, nigga, I had this idea before you got here, bro.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
And me,
Damn.
I like to like come across like correlations. Like, okay, so like they came across like a MOT. So that means that like MOT might have been talking, say, somewhere else, and they thought, they like kind of what he says, and they came to his channel and they subscribed, and he was live, and damn, and that's where everything happened. That's where it happened.
Man, I'll say it again. Like I said on Zero's channel, I said on MOT channel, everybody, and I keep saying it over and over again. If you want to be a man and be up in this space, you best be prepared for correction. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Because if you can't be in a group of men and take correction and take civil discord and understand where you're going wrong and self-correct, you have no purpose being here. None. Because these are working men. These are thinking men. These are aspirational men. If you coming in here with that esoteric hotep shit and all that other crap, you don't belong here. And when you get your feelings hurt, don't cry. Just go.
You know what it's similar to? Have you guys seen Paid in Full?
Yeah,
I heard of it, but I haven't seen it.
I know, I've seen it.
It's like when Mitch went to jail, Enrico, played by Cameron, was eyeing him up the whole time. So as soon as somebody tried to attack Mitch, Cameron came out of nowhere and sliced him. And then because he didn't know who he was, so then after he sliced him and he broke up the fight, Mitch is in the line getting some food, and then Cameron walked up and was like, "Yo, my name Rico. What's up? Anything you want, I got you. I kill for you out here, baby. I got you." And that was like the main. And he's like, "Give my man extra. Give him extra juice. Give him extra juice.
Yeah, get extra water."
Where in the movie is that?
When Mitch
Paid in Full.
Paid in Full. It's when Mitch went to jail for
shooting. No. I mean, like what? I mean, like how far in the movie is it though? Because
it's like halfway through. Like halfway through when he like it's like kind of like towards the beginning because it's towards the beginning because he got arrested for killing this dude that robbed his one of his workers and went to prison.
I'm gonna post the link though, and I'm gonna say, is that it right there? Is that it right there? Just check it out.
Okay.
Because this is a 7-part series of the movie though that they got on YouTube.
1 second. Copy.
But man, oh man, I did not know that about Private Fox.
I think you fell asleep for that one, but probably on MOTs, but then you didn't come over. But yeah, that one day when you was in there and he said that shit, I was like, I see what kind of nigga this is.
Wow.
It's minute 6:36. That's when it 6 it starts at 6:36.
6:36.
Yeah, that's when the scene starts. Mekhi Phifer sitting in prison, just chilling, and like he keep getting eyed up by this one cat, and then he goes to use the phone, and then the dude tries to get him off the phone. And they both eyeing him up.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, I wish I streamed. I'll show that shit.
So it is okay. So it is in this. Okay, so yeah, okay, yeah. We caught Phifer. You on the phone?
Hit him with the phone.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now.
Boom. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Let me look at it.
Gotcha. Be like, I got you, man. I'm check.
Stab one dude in the neck. Yeah, that's a fight.
Afterwards, you got Noriega in the.
Yeah, he telling Ace about what happened.
Yeah. Afterwards, so okay. Yeah.
I'm Panamanian type of dude.
Right.
And that's how the dude talks. Like how Noriega is actually talking. It's like it's a whole bunch of word soup and shit. Mm-hmm. He pulled like 50 razor blades out his ass, son. This shit was crazy. Bananas, B. I'm gonna talk to you later. I love you, baby.
Man. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay.
It's crazy, man. I mean, but yeah, I
Crazy.
mean, that's exactly how it is, man.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how Private was representing himself, huh?
I mean, he was, man. Where's that living color fucking shit, man? I'm gonna
and then
living color shit, man.
and you see him in the lunch line together, and it's like you talking to him. You're like, yo, he said, anything, I got you. That's how a lot of the YouTube niggas they link up with a dude. Like, I defended you, so now we down with each other, knowing that he don't agree with him, but he know the other dude about to go to the top because Cameron knew that Mitch was fucking got money on the streets because he was getting money before he went to jail.
Mm-hmm.
So people saw BGS growing and then hopped on him. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And they didn't give a fuck about what he was talking about. They just wanted to
Right.
I
I
was there to witness all that bullshit, and you're absolutely right, Zero. A lot of people didn't care about what BGS was talking about. I'm sitting there in chat. I'm like, who the fuck is this? This person ain't talking about I mean, he ain't complying with it more and what BGS is talking about. Man, man.
Well, like I said, now I know.
Yeah.
And no one's half the battle. G.I. Joe.
Yeah, but I'm telling you,
hell yeah.
There was one time to where me and BGS. I mean, this is when I used to come up on his streams, but I used to come on the streams off the record though. Off the record meaning like offline, afterwards, because he would still be going offline though, no YouTube stream zone. We all used to be talking for probably 4-6 hours after an 8-hour stream though, and it was just interesting though. I used to always ask him, I mean, do you think that these people who follow you are truly with what you talk about?
Yeah, I mean, I'm telling you, Lawrence. I know you forgot about it that day whenever he over there on Agons, and you said that he kept bringing up the patriarchy, this and all that mess, and everybody was saying, "Hey, look, dude,
Hey, I asked a question real fast. Something just popped in my head. I'm gonna forget.
Go ahead.
Is the government private or public?
It's public.
Our government is public.
It's public. That's what I was trying to explain to that dude. Though I was like, government is public, no matter if it's local, state government, or federal. It's all public.
Keep in mind, in America.
Yeah, in America.
Because he kept saying moving your private mentality or private main. It was like, what does private mean to you? He's like the government move privately like them, and I was like, yo, the government is public, dog.
Right.
You should go back to the parts where I asked him so what is government?
Man, look, I'm telling you,
really basic explanation.
I'm telling you, you talking about dudes. I mean, I'm not gonna say he's dumb, but you talking about the type of niggas that sit up there. They sit up there and they smoke enough of that shit all day long, and they think that they really figured out ways to help Coyote catch the road running shit.
Right.
So my question is this, Eisen, because Aegon had asked a question. What does that have to do with me? What does that have to?
Blaze witnessed it all though. It was me and Blaze. We were just going back and forth with this dude though.
But what does that have to do with me and that thing with him and the matriarch?
Man, hey, look, that explains how he really thinks.
Oh, okay.
I mean, look, watch this. It ends up being #Zero was right. It's all about pussy in the end. I'm just
because the only reason I came up there is because, like I said, what he was saying was factually untrue.
And watch this. Then after that, he was like, "Oh damn, I can't win with these niggas." So in the back chat, he gonna put any guy that wants to basically saying that what you were stating was false. Any guy that wants to be taught how to get his patriarchy back, come holler at me.
Oh, I didn't see that either.
Yeah, I caught that shit.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Well, he wrote that crap.
Yeah, he put that in the back chat that day right after that. Yeah,
I did not.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
I did not see that. I did not. Well, damn, I missed a lot.
Yeah. Hey, look, I seen that little number. I was like, damn, let me check. I seen that shit. I was like, oh hell, yeah. I just brushed it off.
Watch his stream, and I'm gonna post it up here.
Wait. He's streaming too?
No. I'm posting.
He's talking about
Aegon stream.
Oh, okay.
Before the 5-hour mark.
Before the 5-hour mark.
Yes. Watch everything before the 5-hour mark.
So watch our.
Yeah. Oh damn.
We lost him.
Damn, we lost him.
What happened?
Lost who? Zero?
No, Lawrence.
He must have clicked it and probably.
Yeah, probably.
He got shot.
Here he come.
Damn, Zone.
You got shot, man.
Zone been raw for the past couple of days, yo.
Actually, I don't think that was Zoom. I think that was me.
Okay.
Gave me that link, and I went to look at it. It's like somebody's telling me I shouldn't be checking this out.
watch that stream within 5 hours. The 5-hour mark. The 5-hour mark should be like your. That's when things start to go downhill for him. But 5 hours.
Damn, he talked that damn long.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. He can talk.
That was when we actually started to go in because we were just listening to the guy though.
Oh yeah, Aegon better than me. I would have dropped him up.
And I remember seeing hypocrisy. Hypocrisy was like, "Damn, man, you got a lot of patience." I was like, I was just laughing though.
I had respect for him out the fact that I saw him over on MOTs a few times, and he never disrespected me. Also, I wanted to make an example out of him on how we gonna conduct ourselves on this channel because I'm I wanted to basically pull all his threads out, pull all threads out his clothes and show him that yo, we not dumb. We've experienced guys like you before. You're trying to sell your wares.
He was taking us like we were a bunch of suckers though.
Yeah. Well, I mean, listening to what you're explaining, that's exactly what it sounds like.
Come by from me type kids.
Because like I said, every time I've seen him on MOT, he hasn't acted like that in any capacity. That's why what you guys sitting here telling me, I'm like, yo, he didn't do that at MOT, and the stuff you saying happened when I was actually there went right over my head. I missed it. Maybe I walked away to get tea or something. I don't know. But
I think when he came over to Aegon's, he was like, okay, these guys are kind of he thought we were subpar. We don't know anything. We're probably a bunch of niggas. And, we got to run game though.
That's why I keep bringing up to you, Lawrence, the New York thing, because it's a lot of New Yorkers out there that give y'all a bad fucking
Oh, that's where he from?
No, he's not from there, but he's like them.
He's from South Carolina.
No, he's from he like them. He acts
like them. Yeah.
You can tell
New York motherfuckers that basically transferred or traveled down to South Carolina.
When they think you're stupid, you're stupid, they open the fuck up. They be like, oh, I'll get these niggas, and then they just start ramming. He be like, "What the?" Stupid.
Yeah, but that's true. What Check-in just said. They come from New York and they come down to the South and they think because they city they smarter than the Southern person.
Yeah, so they get down there and get into shit.
Exactly.
I check people from New York and California all the time, trying to come with that bullshit. I'm like, you can't do that here, man, because people are onto your bullshit.
Yep.
No, even here in Oklahoma City, there's guys that come from California thinking that they could just come out here and talk however they want. Okay, we know y'all kill us in Cali, but people will kill you over here too.
Right. Because I came from New York and I did North Carolina for a little bit, and then I came from New York here to Florida, and I've been here in Florida since 2004. And I've always known, and maybe it's from being in the military traveling, I don't know, but
It's the military.
You don't bring that crap with you.
Right.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? When in Rome, you feel what I'm saying?
Do as Romans do.
Exactly. You don't bring that nonsense. But I know here in Florida, I've seen a lot of New Yorkers come down, and I have to check them my damn self as a New Yorker. Yo, man, you ain't gonna get away with that here, bro. Yo, little sister, pull that shit in, man. That's not how that roll here.
Keep thinking that shit, and they'll find your ass somewhere off in they won't find your ass. They'll take you out there in the swamp shit, have the gators feeding on your ass.
And then to add insult to injury, look, let's be real about something. You coming from the north down to the south. You were in the South's backyard. If you don't think what happened in the 1800s don't still run deep and they looking to take it out on you, you go on in there and act stupid. You go ahead. See how that worked out for you.
I always tell people like you know, I use myself as an example. I'm licensed to carry, and just let that materialize for a little bit for people. I always tell people I'm licensed to carry, but what about the next person?
Right.
And I tell them that like I'm carrying right now. What about the next person?
Yeah, in our state we got open carry, so I mean.
Yeah, and me, we got concealed here, and I got one. But like I said, but like I said, I walk through the area with the knowledge that if I got, everybody else do too.
Yeah, and you know, like I mean, you come at me wrong, yeah, Swiss cheese.
And then not only that, you got to think about the fact. I mean, what about the people that that's just carrying illegally? I mean, don't think it ain't none.
That's true. That is true. That is absolutely true. That is absolutely true. So I mean, you'd be foolish if you want to, but like I said, bringing that city crap down here to North Carolina, South Carolina, Florida, Alabama, wherever you want to go. Yo, man, look here.
Texas, shit.
Look here, yo, you can't.
I'll keep racking it too.
Okay.
I keep next to me.
Yep. But you can't. But they like I said, they do that. They come down here and they bring all that mentality from New York down here, and it just doesn't work that way. And like I said, there's a lot of people in the South. You come down here and you tell them you a Yankee, they ain't gonna want to do nothing with you.
Yeah, they looking at your side eye from the start.
Yeah, like I said, that history still runs deep. The only reason I got over in the beginning is because they couldn't figure out my accent. Because for them, I don't sound like the New Yorker they're used to hearing. You know what I mean? So,
New Yorkers have that distinctive accent, though. You pronounce like your R's and your M's and everything like differently from the rest of America, though.
Well, yeah, because like there was this company, Pilot Air Freight. I had got hired by them, and they were. I had went through. First of all, when I walked in there, I sat down and there was two white guys. I'm in a suit. They're in sandals, shorts, and a t-shirt. And the co-owner, the wife, came out, saw me, told them to go home, and told me to come in. Looked at me right out. She said, I've never seen anybody come in here with a suit before. And I'm like, why is that? She said, I don't know. I just never have. And then she asked me where I was from. And I said, New York. And she said, I couldn't tell by the way you sound. And I got the job right there on the spot, literally on the spot. And then a couple of months while working there, they had this one dude who had been with them for a couple of years, and he had some friends stop in, and he had asked me a question, and I had answered it, and then him and his friends literally stood in the corner whispering, and I didn't pay no attention to it. It ain't got nothing to do with me. And then he turns around and he looks at me. He goes, Lawrence. I was like, yeah. He said, where are you from? I said, New York. You know that. And then the other guys are like, are you serious? I'm like, why wouldn't I be? And then he looked at me with both of them standing there. It's like, well, you got to understand, you're an anomaly. I'm like, what the hell is that supposed to mean? And they're like, well, you're educated. You haven't been in jail. You don't do drugs. And, the way you speak. I'm like, oh, you got to be kidding me, man. I'm like, yo, I was like, yo, you guys need to get out more, man. And he's like, nah, but you got to understand from our perspective with black people, we generally don't see that kind of thing. And I was like, there's more of me than you can imagine, dude.
Lawrence, man, you were a rare exception because I mean, most people they figure from like New York, they got a record, they eat that bullshit.
Y'all dumb, y'all from the South. Y'all,
I mean,
I'm smarter than you.
You come from the South. If you go to the South, you ain't talking that New York bullshit because New Yorkers like to talk that New York bullshit. Nobody likes to hear New York bullshit outside of New York.
No, and what makes it so bad is that it doesn't make a difference. Excuse me. It doesn't make a difference where you're at. Excuse me, because I got it on both ends. I remember another company, JDB International. They're into logistics. The owner was a client of Pilot, and she was trying to poach me for her company. She had a vice president position available in upstate New York. So she invited me in to meet the chairman of the board of directors for the interview. So we're sitting there, we're talking. He's asking me questions, and the way he's asking the questions, I know for a fact he did not read my resume. I know he didn't. Then he asked me. Then he asked me something about being in the military, and I was like, yeah. And he's like, I see that you were. And then he's moving papers, and then he finally finds the resume underneath all of it, and he goes, so you were part of the 177th Military Intelligence Division? I was like, yeah. And he's like, so what do you think of the newsletter? And I'm like, why would I think of the newsletter? And he's like, well, if you were part of it, you know about the newsletter. Okay, serving and reading a newsletter has nothing to do with each other. So then he starts talking to me about the way I talk. And he's like, I like the way you carry yourself. I like the way you speak, and et cetera, and so on. So this is what I'm going to do. Instead of the vice president position, even though you're qualified, I think because you speak so well, you should go into sales. So I'm going to make you a salesman, and we'll take it from there. So I'm looking at him, and I'm like, did you really just say that to me? And he's like, yeah. And he's like, is there a problem? I said, no, there's no problem. I said, if that's where you think I best belong, then that's your choice. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to respectfully rescind my offer to work for you. And what's going to happen now is before I forget my military bearing, I'm going to get up before I jump over this table and put my foot knee deep in your ass till I come up with a shit ring around my kneecap.
Yuck.
So on that, so on that point, you have a good goddamn day. And I walked out, and when I walked out, there was two female workers in there. And as soon as I came through the door, they started shaking their head in sadness. And I looked at him and I was like, what's the problem? She said, we knew you weren't going to get it. He does not like people of color. I was like, oh, really? She said, and they were like, yeah. And I was like, where are you guys from? And one of them was from Jersey. One of them was from New York. And I was like, okay, I get it. So, yeah, we're only supposed to stay on the bottom but down here. And I was like, and one of them was like, I'm sorry that happened. I said, don't apologize for something you didn't do. It's no big deal. But the reason I shared that is because that's the point I'm trying to make about New Yorkers who come down here. even when you are doing it the right way, you're going to get grief. So imagine what you're going to get when you don't do it the right way.
Exactly. And oh man, I'm well aware. Unfortunately, a lot of people who are probably listening are unaware of this type of bullshit. And this is anywhere. This is anywhere in the 50 states.
Sorry, fellas, my phone died, but I'm back in my car.
Are you good?
You good?
Yeah, this is everywhere.
I'm glad you're all still here, by the way.
All day.
Okay, cool. Let's check in Finn with what he's trying to say, though.
Yeah, this is your experience. I've experienced it and I've seen it. And I didn't get pissed off. I didn't like cuss nobody out, but it was like, wow. It was kind of like a wow moment though. Like, I mean, you would think that like we're past the whole like racism stuff and we're socially aware and all that bullshit, but there's a lot of companies that just aren't there.
Well, see, the funny part is that I'm not saying racism doesn't still exist, because it
No, I
does.
mean, I'm talking about
But what I'm
prejudice.
what I'm finding personally is that it's becoming more of a cultural bias.
Yeah.
You know, if you're from the north, we hate you in the south. If you're from the west coast, east coast don't mean crap. That kind of thing. I'm noticing it's becoming more. It's becoming more of a tribal thing.
So it's like regardless of where you go, it's always going to be this uphill battle, and it's like, what happened to like social equality and like reading my stuff like with fairness and all that stuff? It's like bullshit. It's
Man,
bullshit.
let me tell you something. You know how many jobs I lost when people finally saw my face? Because they'll get my resume and see the name. It definitely ain't a black sounding name for them. Then they talk to me on the phone, and the way I'm talking, at least when I'm in business mode, is radically different than now. You know, then they're asking questions that, as far as they're concerned, for the most part, we shouldn't know. but then they'll be like, "Come on in, so we can meet, yada yada." And when I walk in through the door, they'll look at me like, "How you doing?" I'm like, "I'm doing well," and they're all happy and perky. And they're like, "Can I help you?" I said, "Yeah, my name is Lawrence Guy. I'm here for it." And then you can just see their face.
That right there already explained that you don't have the job.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I've been in that situation so many times, man, and I've heard that question, and I've heard those type of like the whole demeanor and everything, and I was like, "Yep, I don't have the job, but they're gonna just give me the whole runaround though."
Yeah. You'll do the interview, then when you get home, there's an email saying, "Well, we put the position on hold for now, so we'll make a decision." Like,
or we found a better qualified candidate, or you didn't fit. Like basically, it was like a right fit type of thing. I've seen it all, man.
And that's why in the later half of my career, before I started my own business, I hate to say it, but I don't have another word. I was a little militant. So when I would go in there and I would do interviews, they asked me all those questions. I asked them the same questions right back.
That's how I got the job.
You know, and then they'll look at me.
How I got the fucking job.
They'll look. Yeah, and then they'll talk about, whether I'm a right fit for the company and the whole 9 yards, and I'll answer their question. And then my next response is, "Are you a right fit for me?" And then they'll look at me, and it's like, "What's that supposed to mean?" I'm like, "You look, the same way you have a 90-day window to evaluate me and see if I'm sufficient for your company, I have the same 90-day window to evaluate whether or not you're sufficient for working for and giving my time and effort to."
Because and that's what made me think I got the job by being the radical. That made me think that like, oh, so this is how they think black men are supposed to be.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, when I wanted to, the person who was interviewing me, I wanted to strangle their neck. I want to fucking damn near kill them right there on the spot.
But you got to understand something too. A lot of them do that on purpose to see if they can push us to an edge, to see if we're just like, quote unquote, the black people they assume us to be.
Right, though, but I mean, it's more so of, oh, you're a Templeton. You're a that's basically what they call basically conformist black men or black people.
Oh, really? I've never heard that before.
You're a yeah.
Huh. Okay.
So yeah, that's what they call you. They figured it like, oh yeah, you're gonna go along with the process. And it's like, why do I gotta jump through all these fucking hoops just to get a fucking just to live?
Because it's the same thing I had to explain to a lot of white guys that I used to work with, and I can't remember where I've said it before, but like I used to tell Mitch Maglio, Doug Heff, and the rest of them when I talked to them, look, it's a black thing, you wouldn't understand. And they would just they used to just look at me like I was crazy for saying it out loud. But like I said, I remember the CEO had stopped me one time, and I explained it to him. I said, regardless of what you think or regardless of what you believe, I have to do 10 times the same amount as any white guy out here to be considered equal. I said, so when I do things and you surprised that I've done it above and beyond the call of even your kind, that's why it's a black thing. You just wouldn't understand because you don't have to go through it.
Right.
That's the disdain that so many black men. I know Zero has felt this. That so many black men have to feel though, and I know Zero, you probably have to jump through so many fucking hoops to prove who you are.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure you do. I'm sure.
Yeah, corporate America, hell yeah.
Yeah, and don't miss. I've been in corporate. I was in corporate America for almost 30 years. Okay, and I went up through the ranks fast, real fast. I mean, I worked for Ronald S. Lauder. I worked for PricewaterhouseCoopers, Smith Barney Investment Firm, Choice Logistics, Cisco Systems, Novellus, Lockheed. I've been in the corporate world. I get it, and I'm telling you, it ain't gonna make no difference.
Yeah, I mean, no matter where you apply for, no matter if you have all the skills, they gonna see that part to where you say Black African American.
Mm-hmm.
They're gonna be like, hold on real fast. Whoa. So now their HR team has to determine do we allow this person to have an interview, or give them the job, or do we just toss them in the pile?
Yeah.
Most likely they're gonna toss you in the pile.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Because like I said, it's the same thing. Like I said, it's so obvious. Like I said, between my name and the way I talk, and then when they see me, and it's hilarious because you figured after all this time they'd at least learn how to hide it a little better.
Yeah.
but when you see them, you see the color leave their face. You see their eyes droop. You see the muscles that they had in their face for that smile just droop.
It's so fucking sad because I mean you got 20 years over me, in this, or at least 10 years, but it's like, oh my god, these companies, they're just gonna look at you like, yeah, this black man, he don't know anything. He's lying. They just think we're just straight out lying on our fucking application.
They do because like I said, I've done a lot of things, but the vast majority of my career and my specialty has been logistics and inventory. that's been the bulk of my career in those two fields.
Now there might be that one or two HR that might be like, okay, this person, I mean, based on his stuff, he's good. So they give you that chance. And then when you come in, they're blown away like, oh. I mean, they're thinking you're gonna be that, they're thinking you're gonna be the bum at the street at the stoplight who's asking for change, who's talking that bullshit.
Well, HR in and of itself is a problem for two reasons. The first one is that the way HR has been highly infiltrated by feminism. So you going in as a man right out the gate is bad. You going in as a black man who they automatically assume is a sexual predator in and of itself. You're damned if you do, damned if you don't. The second part to that is that if the manager of human resources is interviewing me, and I know for a fact this is why I didn't get certain jobs, because if the HR manager is interviewing me, my response to her or him, whoever it was at the time, is, why are you here? And then their response to me is like, I'm interviewing you. I said, no, you misunderstand my question. Why are you here? And then they're still looking at me talking about, I'm interviewing you, and my response is, you cannot possibly interview me because you are not doing the job that I am here for. So you couldn't even ask pertinent questions to understand if I know what the job entails. So why don't you go downstairs, get the director of logistics or get the manager of the warehouse for inventory and have them come interview me? You have nothing you can discuss with me.
I've been in that situation with those type of people, and I'm like, you're okay, so you're the manager, but they've already made a distinction and a conclusion of who you are.
Yeah,
exactly. You got on the suit, you got on the fucking Oxfords, you're matching, you're impeccable, you're clean shaven, everything. They still think you're equivalent to the fucking bum on the street who's begging for change.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Look at the screen. You see my profile picture?
Yeah.
Okay, and I'm gonna be straight up honest with you. That's a bad day for me.
I mean, and most of us would be like, man, you wearing a suit, you got the shirt and tie on. That's good.
No, sir. No, sir. That's a bad day for me. I kid you not. And
normally you light skin?
And that's a professionally done photo. That's me on a bad day.
Normally my eyes is green.
And to all of us, we're like, man, that's fucking spot on.
Mm-hmm. And as far as it goes for you, Aegon, and your smart comment, I was red bone. I didn't start getting dark until I was 14, 15.
Yeah, that happens to people too. I was really bright when I was younger. I got brown.
Yeah, I was high yellow, man. For real. I got baby pictures and everything, toddler pictures. Yeah, I started getting dark at 14, 15.
Let's just say outside, are you copper or bronze?
Wait, say that again?
When you're outside and that sun is beaming on you, are you copper tone or bronze?
I'm black. When I'm outside, I'm blacker than the ace of spades.
That means you're bronze.
Let me tell you something.
I'm the blackest nigga in the sector.
When you outside, are you glistening?
Pretty much.
I don't know. Okay, that's that Twilight vampire twinkling stuff. I'm not doing that. But I will say this though, and I know it sounds crazy because most people will say the opposite, but I was very happy when I started to get dark. I was very, very happy. I didn't like being high yellow. It didn't sit well with me. Don't ask me why. I just didn't like it. But I know looking at my other relatives, them being darker and stuff like that, I guess I felt left out or different or whatever. But I know we went down for the summer to Goldsboro, North Carolina, and
I'll ask this question. I mean, in the sun, do you have kind of like a red, kind of like, I mean, in terms of your complexion, do you have like a red undertone?
What, right now?
Yeah.
No.
I mean, do you have more of a darker shade than red?
Man, I'm dark as hell.
So okay, so I'm trying,
dude.
You're more on the bronze.
My dude, I am trying to work to the point of that when I stand naked outside, you can't see me. That's what I'm going for.
nothing but teeth and eyes.
Nothing but teeth and eyes.
Nothing trying to get that 11:59:10.
That's that. Yo, man, that's where I'm trying to go with it. Keeping it real. That's where I'm trying to go with it.
I have the skin color of revolution.
Hey man, the blacker the berry, the sweeter the juice. That's all I'm saying.
He's like, you ain't seeing nothing but teeth and eyes in the dark.
That's what I'm working for. That's
skin color of civil rights.
I mean, since I moved down here to Florida, I got dark by at least 2-3 shades easy.
In New York, though, I mean, okay, New York in the summer, I mean, I've heard it gets pretty warm though, but I mean, it's up north.
But it's an artificial warm though, because it's not really. It's partially the weather, but you also have to understand all the heat and stuff coming from underground, from the railroads, the sewage, the steams, and all that good stuff. So it might be 90 normally, but in New York, it's going to feel like 100 because of all that, plus the buildings, you know, the crowdedness of the city and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, that's interesting though. I mean, personally, me, I've never been to New York. And the funny thing is, I've never been to New York, but I probably could like navigate my way around New York.
Don't go.
Shows.
Nah, don't go. No.
I don't even plan on going to New York though, because I tell every single New Yorker this. The only reason why I didn't go to New York is because I didn't get accepted to either Columbia University or NYU.
Okay.
New
Okay.
York, son.
But but yeah, when I left, I was late 30s when I left to come down to Florida. And I remember somebody is like, "Well, why are you leaving us?" And I'm like, "Yo, man, I'm in my 30s. I'm heading to my 40s, man. I don't need a city. I no longer need a city that never sleeps, man. I got to get some rest, bro." And to be honest with you, there's nothing there anymore. I mean, it just isn't. There's nothing there.
New
And
York
it's
is
sad.
dead.
And it's sad because for the 8 years of work that Giuliani put to getting that place straight and cleaned up, and I'm not saying he was perfect, but in comparison to what de Blasio has done with it since, it's insane.
Yeah, I heard what happened with De Blasio. It's like the city's kind of going back to where it was back in the 80s and 90s. Is that true?
Yeah, but the prices
Based
ain't
on
changing though.
based on what I can see, yeah, it's looking like early 80s for real. But you are right. The prices are still going up. But I mean, it's funny because when I see clips or I talk to people who are still there, and I'm looking, all I'm seeing is the same stuff I saw in the 70s and the early 80s, man. The police are starting to look like that moment in time when Serpico was there. 42nd Street might be bright, but it's starting to go into the same drudgeries that it did in the late 70s, early 80s, where it wasn't really that safe of a place to be anymore. It's going down.
I would just tell people just go to Connecticut. Just go to Connecticut, man. Go to Connecticut.
Well, Connecticut has its things about it too, depending on the
Right,
neighborhood.
so, but I mean, I'd rather just be on the nice, scenic, like beachside.
Fair enough.
Like,
Yeah.
look at them like iconic views than like being like a piss smelling like New York, though.
Yeah, because I used to go back and forth. I lived in the city, but I would go back and forth up to upstate to Hamburg and Buffalo and Grand Island and all that, which is totally different now too. The things I did when I was young up there, you couldn't even try to do now. It's a hot mess.
Wow. Yeah, I heard upstate was pretty crazy.
Huh?
I said I heard upstate was pretty crazy, like Buffalo, Albany.
Depending on where you go, yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, Buffalo definitely has a history.
If you in let's just say if you in Cornell, the university, Ivy League, then you're good. Everywhere else,
Well, for the most part, because you could say the same thing about Rochester and their Institute of Technology up there. You could say the same thing about Syracuse as well.
Syracuse is, I mean, Syracuse, Rochester, Rutgers. I think that might be Jersey though. But I mean, those
Rutgers
places though. But I mean, the only reason why any person from out of state, and I know I do understand they probably go to those other universities. If it's not the Ivy League, you're at least gonna go to like Fordham, NYU, or like some well-known university there. Maybe CUNY.
Yeah.
Because
outside
New York is some shit though.
Yeah, because outside of NYU, generally what happens is whatever didn't get into NYU has a tendency to bleed over into CCNY. So and CCNY, I was there for a little bit. That's where I met Professor Jeffries of African Studies. Avery Brooks would come in and give some classes every now and then. So stuff like that. But that's generally what happens. All the leftovers that didn't get into the other ones have a tendency to fall into CCNY.
I mean, I wanted to go to Columbia for law school. I wanted to go to NYU for undergrad. When they weren't sending me anything, it is because I've always wanted to go to New York though and live out there. When they didn't send me anything back, I was like, fuck New York, I'm going somewhere.
But here's the question though: why NYU? Because NYU has pretty much set themselves up predominantly to be a film school nowadays.
True, but I mean, during the time, and I was foolish. I was trying to go into like political science, international studies, or
Oh,
international
okay.
relations. I
Okay,
mean, that's what I got my bachelor's degree in, though.
but yeah, that's definitely
politics.
well, that's definitely Columbia. But I would
Right,
if somebody else was doing that, I wouldn't send them to NYU.
and from like NYU, I was considering like, okay, I get my degree here, then I'm going to go to Columbia. If I would have went there.
Yeah.
Because I mean, for me, living in California, I saw NYU like being the same as like UC Berkeley.
Yeah, well, okay. I can see why you would think that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I can see why you would think that.
And the funny thing is, I got accepted to UC Berkeley. I didn't go to UC Berkeley in California.
Okay. I don't know. It's a crazy world. Crazy world.
It is a crazy world.
But like I said,
degrees every day, B.
Look, man, all I care about is that we get what we need to get done and we protect ourselves. That's all that matters to me.
I'm the same with you.
That's all that matters to me. I'm telling you right out the gate. I don't care if you got a high school diploma, you were a dropout, or you got a PhD, man. If you got something of value and worth to add, I'm here. I'll listen.
Just point people in the right direction.
Exactly.
And I get you.
No, that's facts because I mean you just need people with skills that make themselves valuable. That's all.
Well, see, and growing up in New York and coming back to New York after I got out the military, there's one thing I learned a long time ago. A lot of those brothers who are living on the street with no home are a hell of a lot more intelligent than the rest of us.
Hey,
for real?
Yeah.
That's been my experience in New York.
I mean, see, what's interesting is the people who are probably homeless, who probably college educated in New York, are people in California who are baristas working like menial jobs, though.
Yeah, well, that's why I made the comment earlier about the whole PhD thing. When you really get down to the nitty gritty of it, really, you're working as a barista. What does that say? And when you create a society a society that its very foundation is based on image, you're gonna lose. Because like I said, the same thing applies to us as men with PhDs as it applies to to pussy. You can sit there all you want to, girlfriend, and tell me you got your own money and you got this degree from this university. I'm telling you personally, as a man, when I stopped to check out your ass, it had nothing to do with the paper you have.
It's not even that though, because if that person is waiting your table, you're going to be like, well, that's great, but I want this with the double of that.
Yeah. And that's the fallacy of it. That's why when women come at us with that thing about I got college, I got this, sweetheart. I have never met a man who walked up to a woman and said, I got to get a piece of that PhD. I've never heard it. I've never heard it. He wants a piece of that. He wants a piece of that ass. He wants to get you naked. But I've never heard a man say, I got to get a piece of that college paper. We don't care.
That's a part of the reason why I got the hell out of California, because there was a lot of that going on, and unfortunately, there's a lot of attractive looking women who do work in these industries who are highly educated, but they ain't got nothing going for themselves.
Just a whole bunch of debt.
Yeah, pretty much.
I mean, yeah, rich dick.
Yeah, pretty much.
They're looking for rich dick.
And that's why I have the feelings I do, even as somebody who has one, why I have the feelings I do. There's this thing in Black society that if you produce a piece of paper, people automatically assume everything you say is gold. and they're going to follow you thinking that you know everything, and that's not how it works. That's not how it works in any capacity.
That's
Are you
far
are
too
you
true.
are you knowledgeable in some things others might not be? Then yeah, okay, fine. But that does not mean you become the end all be all of what people think or believe. And I've seen that too much. I've seen that too. I mean, I've seen people. Well, I'm following him because he went to school here. Yeah, but he's dead ass wrong though.
Right.
Well, it don't make a difference, man. He must know what he's talking about. He must know what he's talking about, but he don't. He already proved it.
Right.
And they still want to follow him. And I'm not trying to be that dude. I'm not trying to be that. And that's why I said, look, it makes no difference what piece of paper you got. You might not have a piece of paper at all, but like I said, if you got something of value and it makes fucking sense, I gotta listen. I gotta listen. And
I remember.
and the first people on my list to ignore are all the ones who came straight out of college with flashing their paper in my face. Because the fact,
I kind of did the same thing too, though, because yeah, a lot of cats from college. I mean, they got their stuff, but man, it's like the type of it's the type of crowd that you just do not want to be around.
But it's not just it's a crowd you don't want to be around. The fact that they come in and they start right out the gate with waving that paper already tells you who and what they are and how this is going to go down.
Correct.
They've already established you can't tell them shit because they know everything.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
There's no humility.
It's got nothing to do with humility. It has nothing to do with humility. It has nothing to do with humility. What it has to do is they bought into the propaganda, whether it be feminism, American society, or whatever. They bought into the propaganda that having this thing means everybody has to stop and listen.
Mm-hmm. No, I remember back in the day, this one chick I was talking to, we kind of had a little gender war argument. So I asked her a basic question. I was like, okay, what's more important to a society? A woman that has a PhD in gender study or a guy with a CDL? You think of the answer she gave me.
Oh, I know what she gave you. I know what she gave you.
She couldn't even quantify what a CDL was or class A, class B, that type of thing. She was just like, I got my stuff. Me.
But see, I don't think that was it. What I think it was, she gave her answer not based on logic. She gave her answer based on elitism.
Mm-hmm.
See, in her mind, somebody who's a CDL is just a basic dude who drives a truck. She's got a piece of paper from a university that society tells her she's better than. That's what that was to me.
Oh yeah,
right.
That's exactly what it was. That's exactly what it was. And then, but what she fails to understand is what people that drive trucks are people that transport goods all over the United States, and if they don't do it, the country does not run well. Your PhD in gender studies, I can do without. We need the drivers.
Mm-hmm.
See, and if you knew about the gender studies, you would probably ask her a question, and then you would ask her another question of how does that apply to making more money?
Yeah, and like the saying goes, man, her piece of paper, it's not even worth wiping your ass with. Because look, you getting a degree in gender studies does not feed you. You feel what I'm saying? But a dude with a CDL who could drive a truck, he's either going to make money to feed himself, or he's going to be able to transport the very product that can feed people. So he's going to get his cut regardless.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I would probably even throw in her face that. What about the plumber?
Oh.
What about when your air isn't blowing cool air?
Exactly.
What about the electrician? These people right out the gate are making more money than you.
Yep.
Fuck it, let her die.
And that's another thing too, because I don't want people to misunderstand me. What I'm saying is not just directed at women; it's directed at men who do that too.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because like I said, you look, you can come out of school with whatever degree you want in psychology or business management and et cetera and so on. But I guarantee you, if you living in your house and that sewage pipe burst, that ain't gonna mean crap.
No.
And yes, pun intended. So you know what I'm saying? You got to. It's not so much keeping it real. You got to keep things in perspective, man. You just got to keep things in perspective. Can I sit here and bullshit about Socrates and Aristotle and them all day? Absolutely, but that ain't gonna fix my pipe. That ain't gonna get my car fixed. That ain't gonna get me groceries in my house. I got to be real about this. I got to keep perspective. Yeah, does it look good on paper when I'm in front of other people who got it? Sure, it probably does. But when I'm sitting here right now and I'm having a conversation with you guys, that paper don't mean shit. The only thing that matters right here, right now, is if I'm real, if I'm honest, if I'm putting down the truth, and I'm problem solving. That paper don't mean shit. I don't need paper to do all those. I don't.
All right. The paper that matters is green, son.
That's fair enough. And that's only for now. So that's only for now. But like I said, man, that's why and Eisen will tell you himself. That's why I take this space serious. That's why I take my time with you guys and talking, why I enjoy myself, and why I have issues with people coming in with bullshit. I'm not having it. This is a sacred, as crazy as it sounds, this is a sacred space to me.
No. I believe it, because when you have other people that come in with all different types of stuff, it messes up the whole vibe.
It does. It really does. I mean, prime example with the private foster thing. Absolutely unnecessary. Like Aegon says, bro, just take the L.
Taking the L, son.
You know what I'm saying? Just take the L and go home, man.
Yeah.
Ain't nobody mad at you. Just take the L and go home.
Right. Shout out to Todd City. He's the first one I heard say that shit.
You know what I'm saying? Take you know what I'm saying? Take that L, man. Like I said many a times, Zero has said shit to me I'm not thrilled about, but I took that shit. MOT has said shit to me. Eisen has said shit to me. Yo, man, I don't like it, but I gotta take it. It is what it is.
I mean, true. Don't take the L as a loss. Take it as a learning experience.
And that's what we need to do. We need to teach brothers to change that L from loss to learn. You know what I'm saying? But right now we have to stick with loss, because it's the only way to get it across their heads right now.
Taking the learns.
You know what I'm saying? But nah, man. But like I said, take that L, man. You know, don't like A guy said earlier. All you doing is digging your hole deeper.
Yeah.
You just digging it deeper. The next thing you're gonna know is you're gonna ask us to cover you up with the dirt. Come on, man. Just go home. Just go home, reevaluate, reassess, and come back later. You know what I'm saying? And when you come back, you come back like you're supposed to as a man. Look, I was wrong. You know what I'm saying? But after thinking about what you said for a little bit, you know what I'm saying? I understand it. I'm not sure if I agree 100%, but at least I'm processing what you said. And that's all we can ask of each other.
Yo, dudes be protecting ideas. They not even living with their life.
And that's the other problem. You literally protecting shit you don't even do. I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy. I mean, you holding on. First of all, you holding on to a process that wasn't yours to begin with. You heard it somewhere else. The second thing is you're holding on to a truth that you don't even live. And number three, when you're challenged on it, you want to get mad instead of just taking the L. You know what I'm saying? And reevaluate. That's the whole point of being a man. As we go through phases in our life, from being 5 to 15 to 25 to 30, every decade is a process and reevaluation. You have to do that. You have to be introspective, because what I know now in my 50s wasn't even close to what I knew in my 40s, and to be damn sure I didn't know in my teens. You know what I'm saying? And when men can't do that, that's where you get the stuff we get now with the type of people like Private Foster, Platinum, and the rest of them, because they don't want to let go of 15. And we got to do that. We have to do it. We have to do it. Not only do we have to do it, it's mandatory, because if we don't, we're done. We're done. Because to be damn sure right now, we're outnumbered as hell. So, we got to get out of that, man.
Yeah, they're trying to turn the L into a W like a Chinese accent.
Okay. Fair enough. Yep. But like I said, that's just how I feel. And like I said, maybe Maybe I might be coming on too hard or too strong or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, I've been isolated for a long time. For a long time, I haven't had good brothers to be around and talk to because where I'm at, there just ain't any. I'm being honest with you. I got good men who are soldiers, but they still fall into the feminism and all that other stuff. So that's why, like I said, I just said this space is sacred to me, man. It is. You know, this is the first time I've had people I could talk to, even if we're not of like mind. At least share some time, share some concepts or whatever. But so yeah, that's yeah. Just like on MOTs when Sir Ism was up there, man, I had to come up there and tear that down. I had to, man. I had to do it. I had to do it because I'm not gonna let him.
He's a
I'm not.
cartoon.
I know, but see, my thing is that Aegon was up there, if I remember correctly, and it had gotten pretty bad with everybody shouting and going at each other. And all I saw was young brothers, 18, 20, sitting in the chat. And I'm like, yo, how are we going to sit here and tell them how we need to maintain our frame and do what's necessary? And we spending all this time up here arguing with a cartoon. That makes no damn sense. Because now we letting these younger brothers look at us as if we can't control ourselves. And we let and we exactly that was perfect.
Just like him too.
That was perfect. That was perfect. That was perfect. Yeah. But yeah, damn. You threw me off, man. but yeah, but like I said, man, yeah, it is what it is, man. But yeah, I know I wear my heart a little bit on my sleeve, but I'm all right with it. Fuck it. Fuck it.
I'm cool with it.
It's all good, man. It's all good. Yeah, my bad. Y'all had to step away from a minute. Had a phone call.
No, you good.
Aizen was cooking turkey links.
Turkey links.
You silly.
Turkey links. Of all the meat to choose, you choose turkey links. That's funny.
I guess that's what he want.
Jimmy Dean's.
Yeah. It looks like Blase fell.
Yeah, he fell out.
It's cloudy as shit where I'm at right now.
Not really.
I still got sun going.
Fuck, man.
You getting your jog in?
Yeah, right. When you shut down, we'll jog. I'm like, I gotta force myself.
Yeah, and now he's saying right when I shut down. All right.
I hope it don't rain, but I'm gonna have to chalk this shit up.
We thought you were doing it right now.
Yeah.
No, I'm talking. I can't do two things at once like this.
What?
Hey, you know what? It don't surprise me. I don't even know if Aegon can chew bubble gum and walk at the same time.
See, Aegon. That's why they made you my personal assistant.
Full concentration, yo. I'm like a sniper.
Hey, we can't say that whenever you playing 2K.
Hey, I gotta.
Yeah, somebody falling down the mountain. Somebody crashing in a car.
Who the hell that is?
Somebody barrel rolling in a car.
I don't know what that is. Is that me?
I think it may be Smooth.
Yeah, Smooth.
You rolling down a mountain in a car.
He got the window open. He got the window open.
Yeah, either roll the window up or mute it, bro.
You just said Smooth.
I'll mute him.
There you go. There you go. He muted it. Hey, I got a question for Zero, man.
Yeah.
You there, Zero? Yo, man, did you catch that article in Popular Mechanics? They got a student who just proved paradox-free time travel is possible.
Really?
Yeah. It showed up in Popular Mechanics, man. I got it in front of me. I haven't read it yet.
How did you get around it?
I don't know. I haven't read it yet. That's why I was asking you if you did.
No,
But
not yet.
he released it in a new peer-reviewed paper. So,
it's peer-reviewed.
Yeah. I'm gonna be checking it out tonight for sure. For sure.
Jerome silly. He said Smooth ride down Compton Boulevard.
He's getting shot up.
Oh, damn.
Wow.
Sunday.
Yeah, man. But I was just curious if you had saw it because it popped into my feed last night, and I'm just getting a chance to peek at it now. But the paper appears in Classical and Quantum Gravity peer review.
Oh, okay.
I'm about to check it out.
Well, damn. I guess we'll let Aegon get his job again because he ain't gonna do it. He gonna keep holding out, and he gonna blame it on somebody else this time. Whenever he don't get it in.
That's the best way to do it.
Let him do his little walk around the block.
In West Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Well, all right, fellas. Anybody, y'all got Blase? You got your last words, man?
Yeah, I'm gonna holler at you. I'm gonna go hit this run if I stop. I'm gonna go right now. Peace out.
You
better be jogging.
Yeah, not much. Just appreciate, appreciate everybody. Lawrence, I hope your plan really works. I really love your plan, and hopefully, if I can, or you can shoot me an email, and I'll see what I can do.
Oh, that'll work. That'll work. I appreciate that. Like I said, my thing is like, look, man, if we all work together, we can make it happen. I think I changed my mind about being president. I think I'm gonna make it MOT.
All right, that worked.
Oh, so you want to be the vice president now, huh?
No. I want to be the ambassador. I want to be out there I want to be out there putting chicks in check. That's what I want to do.
Oh, okay. Oh, so you want to be Bernie Mac slapping people? Okay.
Yeah, man. I just want to walk around with a big old pin that says black pill. That's what I want.
Gotcha. Smooth. What you got, man? Before we get out of here.
I'm sorry I came late. Something wrong with my internet connection because it's raining out here.
Got you.
Yeah, man. But yeah, man, this was definitely a great bill, man. We need to have this every Sunday and shit.
Okay, sounds good.
Not every Sunday, but we definitely need to have it again.
Sounds good, man. Yeah, I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Lauren.
Better than all that game shit and all that shit, man.
Yeah.
Ain't nothing bigger than the game.
Everything is game. Everything is game.
Right. The game always wins.
Hey, Zero. Can you see the private chat, the back chat?
Let me see. Yeah.
I put the link to the time travel thing in there for you.
Paradox free.
Yeah, I'm gonna check it out too.
But yeah, I do that. I wasn't sure if you could see it or not, but yeah, it's there.
Mathematically proven.
Yeah, that's what it said.
Yeah, I'm gonna check this out.
I'm pretty sure Stephen Hawkins is turning over in his grave right now.
Who is?
Stephen Hawkins.
Yeah, maybe not. A lot of physicists that are kind of religious, that's what blocked them. I mean, like Einstein, he was blocked.
Oh yeah.
Religious beliefs.
I believe he alluded to that as well, didn't he?
Yeah, he said it. He was like, you can't even bring yourself to imagine that shit right now.
Yeah.
Hawkins was just kind of blocked by his own hubris.
Yeah. And the funny part is he was
the first motherfucker that thought about like if aliens invaded, and then like other physicists was like, why what would be the point? Because Hawkins had this crazy ass idea that if we met aliens, they would be hostile. And it's like, why would they even care? Because in order to be a spacefaring race, and this was like later. Like when physicists was thinking, like, wait a minute, if you can travel through space long distances, that means you creating your own resources. Like if everything that you need are on comets, all you gotta do is find one and take all the shit off of it, or even the third. There's no way possible to even get all the resources off a comet because you could take half the shit off a comet and be able to make your own fucking planet. So, like, there's nothing. And then if you're a spacefaring race, you do not need shit from anybody because you're creating your own particles.
Yep.
You have to.
And that's what made Hawkins so weird, because him focusing on that, you could tell he grew up reading H.G. Wells, and he just automatically assumed that's how it was going to be. But the funny part is that the opposite was proven in fiction by looking at how Gene Roddenberry did Star Trek.
Right.
As crazy as it sounds, because that literally showed what would happen if you had a spacefaring race who can produce their own stuff, and that's literally Star Trek.
Right.
You know, so it was funny. Hawkins, he was a trip. He was a
believed in some crazy shit. Talking about, it's gonna be a hostile encounter. It's like and then other physicists were like, aliens would ignore us. We like ants.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Because if you really got down to it and you looked at the analogy, it would be no different than them looking at ants.
Yeah.
You know, they're flying through space. They're looking at us. Look at these crazy little bastards down there. You know, as a matter of fact, Gene Roddenberry did that too. Remember, that's how he had the Vulcans look at the humans in the beginning.
Right. They traveling past us right now with no dimensional interference. It's like when they're talking about, well, alien might get us out the way to make room for a highway. It's like, why? They could just go up a dimension and we won't even know it's there. Like it's just so fucking. But again, I can't be mad at the dude or say he's dumb because they were working with the technology they had at the time.
Well, I don't think he's dumb.
Hawkins should knew better though.
That's what I was getting ready to say. When it comes to Hawkins, I wouldn't say he's dumb. I would just go along with what you said about his hubris. You know. But outside of that, that's it. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to go off on another tangent.
No, you good. No, I was just gonna say, I think it's a lot of people think that they're supposed to be the evolutionary thinker that bring this around. When the truth is, it's a collection of minds that add to that puzzle, to make it what it is.
True.
Well, thing is, everybody want to be the one that comes up with the answer.
Right. Exactly.
Especially physicists. Science is the most sensitive motherfucker. That's why you think you don't see no academics like in power. That's why academics aren't in power. They're too petty.
Yep.
They're always stealing each other's shit. They never give each other credit for each other's shit.
Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense.
And on that note, gentlemen, it is officially Yom Kippur, and I have to go.
All right.
All right. Peace, Lawrence.
Literally 6:20. Oh, I'm sorry. No, I stand corrected. I got an hour to go. I said an hour. Woo! I'm losing it, man. I'm getting old, man. I'm sorry. I got an hour to go. I said an hour ahead.
It's all right. You're good.
Either way, it doesn't matter. I do have to go. I have to help my daughter with a microeconomics project.
Yeah, gotcha.
But as always, gentlemen, it was an absolute pleasure. Same to everybody in the chat. And I will leave it the way I always do. Men first.
All right. Peace, Lawrence. Zero. Any last words, man?
No, man. I'm all good. But thanks for having me, though. This is fun.
Oh, yeah, it was. Great discussion. A good break from the norm, and it was fun. No drama, which I always like.
This is the norm.
Yeah. Checking for you. I guess ain't no telling what he's doing. Well, all right, everyone. Man, this has been great. Oh, there he is. About to close it down, Check.
All right.
I was just going to let you have your last words, man, and we're going to get ready to get out of here, brother.
I appreciate the fact that you let me come on board. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Hopefully in the future you can give me a wrench. Moderator.
Hey, we'll see. I was trying. I couldn't give Soul Provider one either, so I don't know what's going on.
Soul Provider don't need a wrench.
All right. But yeah, hopefully things will change next time. And want to thank everyone for coming out. And it's been great. Peace, everybody.